Hello, hello. Happy Thirsty Thursday. What is going on? I know. I bailed on you guys yesterday, but I am here. I am here, and trust me when I tell you, I've got some good stuff for you. Got some good stuff for you. I hope you guys have been having a great week. Let me know how the connection is, because on my end it's shitty on StreamYard, but what's new? Okay, so I've done it. I did it. I have gone down the deep end into the depths of the Mackenzie Shirilla case, and I'm starting to regret it. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to talk about. And you're probably thinking, like, what do you mean? We've already gone over so much. Turns out Steve Shirilla is unhinged, but I had to look into some of his accusations. I had to do it. I can't sit here and say that I follow this case for over 2 years, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm not willing to look at all sides and look into the evidence and the reports and what's out there and the public information that I'm going to be going over. I don't know that we'll get that far here in this live because I have a lot. I have about 200 documents right in front of me. I need to be very careful how I handle this, although it's already out there for the world to figure out. But we do have a members. I think today I might do the members live after this live because I did promise you guys. So we'll see. Let's get started. We are covering the Mackenzie Shirilla case. Today we're going to be going over investigative reports. We're going to be going over some clips. We're going to be going over witness statements. And I do want to revisit some interviews that I think are important. I have some court documents that I think will probably pull up in the members only. And here's my thing. Here's my question to you guys. And thank you for being here, but please make sure you hit the like button before we settle in. That really helps the channel grow. Hello, if you are new here. We have a lot of new subbies. Hello, hello. I am Melly. We're wild here. We're wild here. But we're fair and we look at all sides and we're open to all things, right? We're open-minded. I would like to think for most of us here. And I want to go over some EDR information. I had to do some investigating about exactly what stuff meant. And then I found a good video with this girl named, I can't remember her name now, but when I pull it up, I'll share it. And she's an EDR specialist specialist analyst. And she explains the EDR information in this Mackenzie Shirilla case. And my question to you is, would it change? I know most of us here, we get it. Okay, let's just get some things out of the way before I go into the topics. I'm not sitting up here and saying that I'm defending Mackenzie Shirilla by no means. Absolutely the fuck not. We know who Mackenzie Shirilla is from like her text messages and whatnot, right? But we didn't actually know these people. None of these people. And we know she's very toxic. That's never going to change. Do I think Mackenzie Shirilla is a piece of shit? Yes. But as I've had time to reflect and look back on things, I was being a little bit hypocritical. I really was. I had this conversation with my mom this weekend about like when I was in high school and stuff. And she remembers a little differently than I do. She was like, no, you're a shitbag. Like you were out of control. And I was like, oh. She's like, you were out all the time. Like you were stressing us out. You were drinking. And I'm like, oh no, here I go being called out. What did I ask for? But I think I kind of knew that, but I wasn't as bad as Mackenzie. And so what I'm trying to say is that I don't think I do think she did it intentionally for the most part. I do. I do. But I think that, yeah, maybe in the logistics behind the trial and the court system, I think perhaps there were some mistakes. All the players in the case, it's fair game, right? Like they are involved in the case, whoever it is, talking about it, if they're connected to it. And I think that that's open for the public to look into things. And do I think Kenzie could get her appeal approved? Yeah, I think she has a chance, to be honest. I think that perhaps the whole minor thing could play a factor, her defense or lack thereof, um, and perhaps other stuff as well. I don't know. But what we're going to start off with here is you let me know if you realized that there was a little bit of a hiccup in the investigation. Would that change your opinion about what you think of Mackenzie Shirilla now in this case? Not whether I'm not asking you whether you think she's toxic and out of control. That's a different thing, right? Do you think this is murder? Cold-blooded, intentional, premeditated, evil murder? And if you found out there was a connection of some sort in the case, or they maybe did make a mistake in the court. I don't know. It was a bench trial. That's the problem there, first of all, to start off with. Um, do I think it possibly could have gone differently with the jury trial? Yeah, I do. Because those are people just like you and I. And we can be hypocrites or, try to say, oh, that's in the past. That's who we were. Yes, yes, it is. And we're here now and we're all grown and it's different. We've learned from our mistakes. Kenzie was 17 at the time. So let's just keep that in mind. We're going to start off with debunking the seatbelt thing because I read through this EDR report and I had no idea what it means, but I found a video that really does explain it. And in this EDR report by whoever, Strongsville Police Department here, it was questioned whether Dom and Davion had their seatbelts on, and I had been hearing different things. Dom did have his seatbelt on. Davion didn't. So I want to pull up that report real quick. We're going to go through that. I'll say hello to everyone. Let me know what you think. I know it's getting a little wild in here. I want to start off by saying thank you, Cleveland Conspiracies Archives, for becoming a member. I saw Cleveland in the chat. For becoming a member. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the members only. Hello, Evie. Having pots. Okay, so we have someone in the chat who has pots. That's nice. We can always ask questions. Just when I thought I couldn't dislike her. Okay, hello, Monica. Hello, McBlonde, Biggie, no more Yerks, Ramon, Doreen. I saw Deanne. I think you became Deanna Z. I think you became a member today, or was it the other day? I'm not sure, but thank you. I appreciate you. Jay, Sassy, hello, God servant, Abuelitas. Okay, there's a lot of people here. I've up here been ranting. Yes, definitely. Ooh. Yes, cold-blooded, but happened in a moment of pure rage. Also something she had contemplated before. The reason why I dug this deep, and I'm deep. I've gone down some cases that are connected to people involved in this case that I might not even mention just for my own sake, to avoid a lot of shit. But I will say that what we are reviewing is public information. And if you look hard, you might see something you didn't think you would see. Let's get started with the EDR report. Tasmom gifted a membership. Thank you, Tasmom. That's really nice because we are doing a members. In the members only, we'll be getting into the psychic, some of the stuff that I found, that stuff over there, because that's just more opinion based and it's unfiltered discussion. And we can go over there and act some type of way, rather than not the regular lives. She had enough time to slam on the brakes. Okay, but that's fair. I agree. She changed her mind and she didn't say it wasn't okay, but we only have 5 seconds, right, of this crash. Because I did some digging and some calling, and I found out that there was definitely more cameras that would have been able to see something or hear something from other businesses. I don't know. I ain't a lawyer. I'm just a girl who loves crime. So I don't know if that is if some stuff could be considered exculpatory. I don't know what gets to the judge in the bench trial. I guess that would be a good place to start off by educating ourselves on that part. But I do know that there were other cameras that I think probably weren't included or were disregarded for some specific reason. Um, but let's get into the EDR report that I have to start with about the seatbelts. Did you guys know this about the seatbelts? I know a lot of people had a question about it. Whether Melly found something, you guys. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hello, everyone. Yes, please tap that like button. Please, please, please. What? They said there wasn't any other cameras in one other place. There was a lot of businesses there that have cameras. You know, there were more cameras this day and age. Everybody has some form of ring security. Yeah. We have issues. Did the Shirillas get to you? I'm so confused. No, no. No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. There's stuff that I'm like questioning. Do I think she was still Mackenzie Shirilla? Yes, I do. Melly doesn't switch her mind on things for nothing. She found something. Thank you all saying. That's an industrial street. Don't they usually all have cameras? That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was premeditated. I think she went in a range and possibly blacked out. Hi, Evie. I think I did say hi to you. Hello, babes. I could see a seatbelt cut on Dom's side. Yes, he was wearing it. He was wearing it. And here we go. Here's the EDR report. Safety belt, driver on. Safety belt status for passenger on. So I guess I have questions about that and why in some of the documentaries, because I know there's a few of them out there. I have not watched them all. Um, I don't believe anything the father has to say, says Glenda. Were things hidden to make it more easier for her to get convicted, says Vicky. The truth we'll never know because we were not in the car. Hey, ATS, so the prosecutor has been lying. I never said that. I just thought that was interesting because I questioned it and because it in the body cam, we have watched it here a few times, you guys. I have already covered all of this stuff once. So I realize how much we miss. Well, more than once, to be honest. And I didn't understand a lot of this EDR report, but there were some things that I was able to go through and figure out with the help of this girl on TikTok. This too right here. So this says 1 second after, because there was a sharp turn to the right. There absolutely was. And she did hit a sign and she did hit a curb. Or either or. Do I think that makes a difference in whether she drove that car into the building intentionally? No, I'm just saying this is just some facts, some science, if you may. And we've all had our theories about like what was that sharp turn? Was it the boys trying to save themselves, stop her? Was it her? Maybe the car did deploy airbags. That is actually true, factually true from this EDR report. Does it make a difference if she hit the curb or the sign to you? These are important things that I think could be brought up in an appeal. Perhaps? Question mark? Question mark? But you don't. I'm not no professional, and I'm not an EDR analyst. So it says that airbag ECU. Oh, there's a lot of. This is a very long report. Oh no, let me go back up. The airbag ECU has the following recorded pages for each accident type to store data: 4 pages for frontal, rear and side crash, 4 pages for side crash, and 2 pages for rollover event. So the car did think it was rolling over. And that could have deployed the airbags. Question mark, question mark. Does that make a difference in whether she drove that car into the building at 100 miles per hour? But I mean, we have 5 seconds of the black box data, right? And at the end of the day, it's not whether I like Kenzie or not, personally. It's about whether we think people should be given a fair trial and a fair case, right? That's what we can all agree on that, at least if we're here for true crime. Because at the end of the day, that is what exactly happens. Look at what just happened with Murdaugh. And as of today, look at what happened with disgusting Adam Montgomery. I can't even. I get like in demon mode when I think of Adam Montgomery. I don't know, is that wild? Um, maybe I have issues, you know? But anyways, now he's gonna get a new trial. I think Kenzie might have a chance at getting an appeal approved. I do. It still has not gone through the Supreme Court process. I have checked, so we're still waiting on that. What else did I have? I'm gonna play a clip from this EDR analyst who does really good job explaining this better than I can do because I'm not an EDR analyst. Unfortunately. But I was very interested in what she had to say. Let me scroll. I think there was some other notes in here that she pointed out that I really wanted. So Dom was wearing his seatbelt according to this, if I'm not mistaken. So why say that he wasn't? I just watched the Killers episode on A&E, and Tim Troop said it. He was like, "Oh, the boys, they weren't wearing any seatbelts." It's in the body cam too, so you can see that the seatbelt was cut respectfully. But please make sure you hit the like button. Let me find my note on here. Oh yeah, I did right here. This is what basically she said. So I'm just like bringing forward her information here. We're going to play her right now. It's like a 8-minute video. She discusses all of this. Something about a 1.5 second. Oh, I put notes up here. I really thought I was back in school when I was like listening to her. I was like, this is fun. Okay. But then I was like, wait, I think I was lied to. I thought Dom didn't have a seatbelt on. Does it make a difference? Yes, it does make a difference. Because in 5 seconds, she'll talk about this too, the impact. Like it was so fast. I don't think they even had time to do anything. So at what point did he take his seatbelt on? What was going on? I think a lot of what's coming down to is the minutes prior to that 5 seconds, I think are critical missing piece to the puzzle here. What was going on in that car when that car turned on that corner? What was going on in that car? That didn't just start from 1 second to another. That could have been already going on from when they were leaving that house. Questions on that house as well, because I just read through a police report that we're going to review today, and also there was like another party that people were going to and coming from, and question mark, what other party? Because according to the text message thread that I also have pulled up in front of me between Kenzie and Rosie, there was no other party. So what is everyone talking about in this police report that we're going to review? There's a lot here that's not making sense. You already know how I feel about Rosie. Don't ask. That my mind has not changed, not one bit at all. That's just my opinion. Don't come for her. Don't come for me. Trigger 10 is side crash. So she's going to talk about the triggers, and there's trigger events leading up to that 5 seconds and after. So 7 triggers were recorded, but many results say invalid due to the power and destroyed sensors. So there was over a second between 5 and 11, which equals 4.5 seconds. She's going to explain this a lot better than I am. So there's a little over 5.5 seconds of data. How quickly these events occurred is chaos, she said. The shifting was so quick, split seconds. Did they even have time to react and try to stop her? Did Davion have enough time to lean over and do all of this? According to the EDR analysts, no. They probably wouldn't have had that enough time. Car did read a rollover event. Does that matter? Prior to her hitting, could it be that maybe she did get hit with airbags because the car did think it was going into a rollover event? I don't know. Let's watch this clip. I'll check in with you guys in the comments. I think if Rosie had stolen anything out of the car, Kenzie wouldn't speak to her anymore. I know Kenzie remembers. I do not buy that. Kenzie does remember. She remembers. I reviewed that body cam this morning. I want to do that with you guys again. There's a few things we've reviewed recently that I think we need to go back through and review and like slow it down. Slow it down and let's hear what they're actually really saying. Because we missed a couple things in the Miss Russo interview with the detectives that I have gone back to match up with other information. And I have some other pretty crazy stuff that I have come upon. So should I share it? I mean, are you guys gonna have my back? Are you guys gonna have my back when the world comes for me? Hmm. Question mark, question mark. The seatbelt was buckled for Kenzie and Dom. He not the family's name. Why the initial confusion around Dom and the seatbelt? People were saying that he wasn't wearing, because the prosecutor says in the documentary that he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. But here he is. I think the turn at the end was Dom, said Hossein. The passenger, Dom pulled the wheel. He already did that to her and tried to make her spin out. They were on rugs, probably. Who knows? Okay, you guys, let's be for real for like 1 second. Let's be so for real. If we are questioning these things, do we know what actually happened and that she should die in prison? Question mark, question mark. Events in the last 5 seconds are relevant and makes no difference to the outcome. Okay, how did the prosecutor lie about what? I didn't say he did. I'm just saying in the documentary, he said that Dom had a seatbelt on, and according to the EDR report, that they hired a forensic specialist to redo this whole reconstruction of the Toyota. That's who's saying in this report that he had a seatbelt on. So I would like to know, was it just for like documentary purposes? Tim Troop, why did you say that? Is Mr. Guy here in the report fibbing or lying? Did they get their keyboard keys mixed up? Could explain the building, not the speed. They all got hit with those bags that had to do damage before the case. That's it exactly. At this point, there was no way the car could have been stopped. Exactly, Elijah. It was going so fast. I'm curious what makes the car believe that it's flipping prior to doing so. I think speed. There was also a recall on her brakes, though, and I think that was left out for some reason. Do I know how serious it was? No, I don't fucking work for Toyota. I'm just reading the documents, and we're document nerds here. You guys know that. I haven't been touching on any other cases in the last 2 weeks, but we really read a plethora of documents here to all cases. The current appeal is only regarding the previous denial for the timing of. Can you imagine all the witnesses from school with her bullying and fighting teachers? I think that the side airbag was responsible for positioning the car. Cowboy says, I think the airbag would have caused damage to the face. I think a new trial will be worse for her. And that might just be it. Maybe she will get a new one and then she'll be convicted and that'll be what it is. But at least these are the reports involved in the investigation. And so I think it's fair game to review them. And I think if you put yourself out there to talk about this case, then you got to accept the other side and what's there as well. Recall wasn't for her car year. Well, let's go through that document. Her tires were leaving the road and making a screeching noise. Rate sensor triggers side airbags, sensing rollover. Melly, would you make a poll? Yes, I will. Dom seatbelt was engaged. I don't know why the prosecution lied and said it wasn't. I don't freaking work for Toyota. Would her hitting the curb make the car think it's flipping? I think so, Cynthia. That's what I'm getting at. Hello, Ruthann. The seatbelt was broken from the crash. No, it was cut. They cut it. Makes it worse, the empathy, the lack of empathy. I got it. It's fair. I respect it. Let's watch this video. I respect it. Absolutely. Hold please while I pull up this clip. So she will go in depth about all the EDR stuff. And I don't know, not that that's going to change your mind, but at least we are educating ourselves here, right? This is on TikTok too, so make sure you follow me on there. I'll be doing some more makeup stuff on there this week. Amanda Bear is her name. Let's listen to her. She does a good job explaining this. And please make sure you guys are hitting the like button.
My trip, and today I wanted to post a video explaining the order of events in the Mackenzie Shirilla crash as the EDR felt them. I had a couple of people asking me about the order of things and stuff like that, so I wanted to post a video about that and kind of go through it with y'all. My puppy is back in this video for those that were asking. If you're lucky, you might even see the second one if he decides to jump up on the bed. But anyways, getting into it, I wanted to explain a couple of things before we go through the actual events. In the data limitations for this module, there are two things I specifically want to explain. And excuse me through this video if I'm looking down, I'm referencing my laptop. But the first thing I wanted to reference is right here, where it says that the airbag ECU has the following recording pages or memory maps for each accident type to store data: 4 pages for front, rear, side crash, 4 pages for a side crash, and 2 pages for a rollover event. That is important because it can kind of help us determine what some of the events that were recorded over potentially were. And I don't think I explained it before, but airbag ECU is Toyota's term for the airbag control module. So like I said in my first video, different makers can have different names for it. Airbag ECU stands for Airbag Electronic Control Unit. So that's why it says airbag ECU right there. The next thing I want to point out is right here where it explains the TRG count or trigger count. It basically states that the smaller the trigger count, the older the data. When it says old, it doesn't mean like it's old and not from this crash. It just means that it happened, earlier. So basically in this case, triggers 5 through 18 are all from this one crash. 5 happened first, followed by 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. So I just wanted everybody to understand what I'm meaning when I say trigger count. So right here, if we look at the data, these are the 9 recorded events from this one crash. I'm going to show you how we know that none of the triggers before 5 were from this collision. We can also look at the ignition count from all of these events, and it will tell us that they're all from the same ignition count. So they all happened, sequentially. And then it also tells us in each event the time before the event before it happened. So basically, for trigger 10, it'll tell us how long after this event occurred from trigger 9, if that makes sense. So we're going to start with trigger 5. So here's some of the data from trigger 5, which was the first in the series of events. If you look up here where it says previous crash type, it says that there was no event, basically meaning that there's no event connected to this specific trigger. So there was a trigger 1, 2, 3, and 4, which have been recorded over by all of these events, but they weren't connected to this. We can also tell if we look at time from previous trigger, it's over 32 seconds, or here it's in milliseconds. So when converted, it means that it was more than 32 seconds before this. So it's not connected to this event. So triggers 1 through 4 happened. Doesn't mean they all happened together, but they happened before this event and were recorded over. Another thing I want to point out right here is that the front 2 seatbelts, so the driver and passenger seatbelts, were both engaged. I know that there's so much back and forth about this, saying that the boys did not have their seatbelts on. While I can't speak for Davion in the back seat, Dom in the front seat did have his seatbelt clicked in. Now, that doesn't mean that he was wearing it correctly. He very well could have had it behind his shoulder, but both 2 seatbelts in the front were activated.
What do you guys think? I truly believe Dom saw her on Snapchat messages when she was sleeping and he confronted her. Didn't anyone see them? Why was Dom not with Kenzie when Kenzie woke up? My car has the roll bars deploy when it thinks it's flipping, and they have deployed when I accidentally go over a curb too fast, says Mia. At the end of the day, 2 people died and she needs to pay for that. Yes, I agree. And she has been paying for it. Lily McNeely, thank you for becoming a member. EDS record triggering events, not reaction. If she triggered the brake, it would show, but not whether it worked or not. Okay, let's continue to listen.
This event here is one of the events that I talked about in a different video, talking about the...
And don't think I let the whole Nina thing go. Nina, where you at? Nina. I went down another dark rabbit hole that I'm a little scared of yesterday. I really am. Um, Nothing is personal here. Like, just because, I'm saying this or that doesn't mean that, oh, I suddenly hate this person or don't support this person or no, I still think Kenzie at the end of the day, she did unalive 2 people and she deserves to do time for that. But I'm just wondering if everything else behind that was somewhat legitimate. And I think that we would all want that for ourselves, right?
Side curtain airbag deployment that Mackenzie Shirilla's dad references. But this is the first event that the module felt. It's the first event that met that triggering threshold in order to record and store an event. It was a deployment event, so it did lock into this, so it could not have been recorded over by any events that occurred after this. So the next event that the module has recorded is this one right here. It's trigger 9. That means we're missing 6, 7, and 8. In that little blurb I told you at the beginning that showed that this module has 4 pages for front rear, 4 pages for side, and then 2 pages for rollover. That can kind of help us determine that 6 and 7 were either rollover or side crashes. They couldn't have been front impact because the module only has 3 front impacts saved in it, which means there's an empty 4th recording page. So it wouldn't have recorded over any other front rear impacts, but it has the maximum amount of side crashes and the maximum amount of rollover level events recorded in there. For this trigger, it does tell us what the previous crash was. So that crash was a side crash, which means that 6 or 7 could have been a side crash or a rollover level event. So by looking at this data, we can see that trigger 8 happened about 6.5 milliseconds before this, which is no time at all. I believe that trigger 5 and trigger 9 happened about a full second apart, and this is why. If we compare the pre-crash data from the 2 events, we see about a full second more pre-crash data from event 5 than we do trigger 9. Sorry, I keep saying event 5. Trigger 5 than trigger 9. So that tells us that there's about a second between event or trigger 5 and trigger 9. In one of the official EDR analysis reports, they mentioned that this potentially could have been her hitting the curb, which it could have been. I think it also could have been her hitting the sign as well. I think it could have been either one of those two. It's hard to determine exactly which it was, but it happened about a second after that really sharp steering. So it could have been either one of those. Now, the next events, trigger 10 and 11, basically go hand in hand. They happened so close together. If we look at the pre-crash data from trigger 11, which is when she hit the wall, it happened 1.5 milliseconds after trigger 10. So, I mean, these 2 events happened nearly simultaneously, almost at the same time, which is also why they share the same exact pre-crash data time span, because they happened like that. This event, trigger 10, is a side crash. So I think because the angle that the car hit the wall, it recorded a side and a front impact, one after another. And then 11 is the one where she hit the wall. It also is the event that destroyed many systems. So even though this module recorded 7 triggers afterward, if you look at the pre-crash data, a lot of it does report as invalid because power was lost and systems and sensors were destroyed. So those events are really linked. Like one of the investigators said in the analysis reports that their force is continuing after the crash is settling. It's the vehicle bouncing and things like that after that really, really hard impact. So those events aren't as telling as the events 5 through 11 are. And that's primarily because those events are not showing anything that occurred in the car. They're just kind of showing those forces.
I think that exactly. Okay, I see you guys saying a lot here. Trigger 5 could be the sign and could be initial impact with the call the car is crumpling. Hey, just Jay, did you get the transcript? Nope, it's not out yet. She received a single Snapchat from one of her clients the evening of the crash. I have questions about a couple of names that have come up, and Jacob is one of them. Remember when allegedly she asked for Jacob, or she was saying it was Jacob, but I think she was referring to Davion, which I don't know how you would get Jacob from Davion. In that jail phone call, she brings up a Jacob who I think is her cousin. But hold that thought. She received a snap. I'm curious what happened if she hadn't hit the pothole and her wheel hadn't gotten yanked to the right. Exactly. Who is Nina? Nina's one of the girls that was there at that party that night. And I think that, yeah, she was a minor, so maybe her stuff wasn't able to be public. And thank you, Crystal Sheely, for becoming a member. And thank you, Deanna Z. Nina, we need to know what Nina knows. Yeah. Nina and Kendall want nothing to do with the media or the public, according to my connections. And Nina's a girl who fell down, Nina's a girl who was at the party that night. Kendall's a girl that fell down the stairs. But let's continue and finish this girl.
Still settling after that really big impact. So with the pre-crash data from events 5 through 11, we get about 5.85 seconds of pre-crash data. There was a little over a second between 5 and 11, and then we get the 4.75 seconds from 11. So it's a little over 5.5 seconds of data. And another thing I want to point out is how quickly these events occurred. I think there's a lot of
this is like her job. She does EDR analyzing for a living.
Forth online about what was happening in the car in those 5 seconds. I think it was chaos. I think it was panic and chaos. I think that the shifter did go from drive to neutral. It shows that, but the period of time that occurred in was so quick. I'm not sure anybody was trying to block it from anybody else. I mean, these are split seconds that we're talking about. So it's all speculation as to what people think potentially could have happened in that car. But I really want everybody to understand what a very split second period of time this all is and how fast this all occurred. So I hope this kind of helped some folks understand the order that these events occurred in. I know that we have missing events and things like that, but those events weren't deployment events. So they're likely rollover level events from hard steering or side impact. It could have been from the tires hitting the curb and things like that. But again, that's all speculation. So I hope this kind of...
If there was an argument and why people would be, was it Kenzie that moved the steering wheel? Was it Dom? I mean, did Davion really have time to go up front and do that? Move the steering wheel and or move from shift to neutral? I mean, I'm thinking probably not. It's fast. It doesn't seem fast to us when we talk about it. But if we talk about 5 seconds in real time, am I crazy? Was I recording in that 5 seconds that the car went into? Yeah, it did. Shifting into neutral and drive is what I want to know the most about.
Gives kind of a clearer order of events for people to understand. If you have questions, you can put them down below and I'll try to help. I'm still gonna make some more videos on this because my previous videos have an overwhelming amount of comments with questions and stuff, and it's been a lot for me to try to go through. So I'm gonna try to go through them and keep answering questions, like the most commonly asked questions and things.
So we know that Dom did have his seatbelt on, and I'm not questioning like what's going on with the seatbelt right now. I'm questioning about the prosecutor and why they would say that he didn't in the documentaries. That's my concern here. And these are people who are, work in the law department, in the courts, people with power. So do I expect them to get their shit right? Absolutely. Absolutely, Tim Troop. But I like him. I do. I mean, what I've seen so far. Okay, so we're going to play the video, the crash video from that night, because remember, tell me if I'm wrong. The Life 360 that the friends had reported that Davion was in the car and that the car crash happened. Does that really matter? Yes, it does matter. It does matter. I think it does matter. Hi, Dolly Talk. Good to see you, love. Thanks for being here. Let me some Dolly and Hella. Why didn't her lawyer bring this up in court? Good question. I think they were arguing with someone on Kenzie's iPad, not each other. Okay, so some of you believe there was an iPad. Okay, so where is the iPad? People believe that Bubba was possibly in the car, and that's why Rosie showed up. The Life 360 said that Davion crashed at 5:36, but the video from the building, I think, says 5:30. 5:39. Does that make a difference? Yes, it does. But I don't know if I'm reading this all wrong. You let me know what you see. Because I thought according to the Life 360, the crash happened at 5:36. Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure. Oh, let me refresh. I don't know why it's not playing. Okay, whatever. Stream. This should be good. You see up here it says 5:39. And do you guys not hear the brake on this, on when she pushes on the brake? I mean, you could hear it. Can you not? Am I the only one hearing it? You can hear it. That argument started way before that corner, you guys, is my point. And why does it say 5:39 on here? I thought it was 5:36 on the Life 360. Is there a reason why it's 3 minutes ahead of time? Does that matter? Yes, it does. They said that the time on those videos was ahead. I guess I need to see that interview or that document. Who said that? I'm sure they have a report to prove that. So I would like to see that. I don't hear it. Okay, let me replay. No brake lights, only tail lights. Sounded like she hit a pothole. I do hear some braking. Okay, Daria says she doesn't. Sounds so bad with headphones on. It really does with headphones on. It's brutal. Sounds like a torpedo. Listen, Rosie drove by at 6 a.m. Bubba, in an interview we haven't reviewed, which we're going to be doing probably tomorrow or Saturday, admits that he didn't drive home with Rosie. So what was Rosie doing by herself, going by the crash site at 6 a.m.? Brakes would screech. We don't know for sure that it was the brakes. Could have been an echo, the lack of lights. It sounds more like the car is going in the air. I think that's just digital audio distortion. This is a video from the actual police department. Sounds like a torpedo. That's not the brakes. That's just the engine and the tires. Josie drove by before 6. Brakes don't come on until she was literally at the sign. I do hear some brake. What about honking? It's screeching before she even hits the sign. Right there. It's already screeching. That is hella fast, though. And, like, was she running just trying to hit the sign? Like, what's up with the sign? It happened to be there, wrong place, wrong time, just like the prosecutor said about Davion, how he used cargo. I guess on the grass, maybe it makes much different. Close your eyes and listen to it. Says, "Are you Barbie?" We're gonna do a little meditation moment here. Meditation with Melly, members only later tonight. After the Kenzie members only. I heard honking too. Why are we all hearing different things? You see what I'm saying? I'm traumatized now, Melly. I know, I'm sorry. But I just want to know because there's a lot of people talking about this, you know, in the socials. She was partially on the sidewalk. It could have been something under scraping the curb. So she was just like, okay, I'm gonna hit this sign and I'm gonna hit this wall, this building. I hear tires too. My dad said he heard them too. And he's like a mechanic as a side hustle, or used to be at least. He's been retired for like 700 years. Um, it's intense. It sounded like braking, honestly. It sounds like braking to me. She could have hit the brake at that speed. Okay, but you guys, can we also be for real 1 second? Like, just hear me out. Kenzie had 4 years to kill Dom, if that was her main end all goal. Did she or did she not? It's all I know is she's an evil demon from hell, says Monica. It sounds the engine bouncing off the brick building. You heard what you want to hear, says Dawn. Closing my eyes, I hear a difference, but can't tell what it is. She's just a dumb kid. The car would have spun out if she hit the brakes. At the very end, she did. I don't think she was trying to kill anyone. She was a shitty person. I don't think she wanted that. Sounds like the treads scream, don't hear no braking. My dad says that he thinks there was braking. And I've never gone to a mechanic in my life, except for one time. He does the rest. So I trust my dad's opinion, but also he's not like a professional in that field, like for real, for real. Do tires breach screech when not breach? Do you mean screech when not braking at a fast speed or taking off? I don't know. Tire screeching is what I heard too. Mm, she was fighting with Dom before him pulling the wheel, trying to spin her out. She lost her mind for a minute and went crazy. I don't want to hear any of it. I hate it happens to them. I think she was a mean girl, but at the end, took 2 lives at the end of the day. Okay, let's get into the documents. Those are just like things that, I thought we could ponder on. Let me go through my list here. In old school, I still write things down. Do you guys still do that? And I don't want to cross over into the members only topics. Okay, don't think I forgot about that ammo. Where's that ammo in that body cam? Why is it in the report and not in the body cam? Where's the gun? Why ammo, no gun? That I did make some calls about that. I am waiting to hear back on a few more FOIAs. But you would think that's important when they're at the crime scene and they're moving around backpacks and dollar bills and mushrooms and weed, and it wasn't a bong, it was a Puffco, which is a little bit different. That's where you actually put like dabs. That's how you smoke dabs. So it's a little bit different than a bong. Not that I'm saying go get one or anything for YouTube purposes. So let's get into Glover's police report, and then I want to go into Detective Jesus investigative report as well. I have Rosie text messages pulled up. I have Miss Russo text messages pulled up. I have some findings I did. I have her appeals pulled up. Okay, so we're gonna go through a lot. I don't know. We could be here all night, really. Um, oh, before we start the investigative report, let's share the blood results because I know there's been a lot of controversy over that. Um, hmm. I know there's been a lot of talk about the vials and whatnot. If you read the text, Dom was not just as toxic. Mackenzie was the abuser. What if Rosie went through the trunk? Rosie knows a lot more than she says she knows, respectfully. Baba and Rosie. Rosie went to the crash site and took stuff. Why? Where's the ammunition in the body cam? I'm with Vicky. She hit the brakes. She was alert, so she takes away her excuse. Okay, that's fair. Tire screeching and possible traction kicking in. She only believed that when she was losing Dom. So it says right here, 8/9/2022, 1 vial of blood taken from Shirilla on August 3rd. So that is a couple of days from, or wait, let's start from, yeah, that's actually right. So there was 1 vial of blood taken on August 3rd. Another one on August 4th. So this was 3 or 4 days after the crash, but there was one taken on 7/31. And that's the one that was tested. So now, whether this is the one retrieved from the helicopter, I don't know. If it says that on here, I guess I could go down, scroll down, because I think it makes a difference if it's coming from the hospital or I guess would it matter? I feel like if the helicopter is gonna take it to the hospital, that would be the vial. But it was tested because it says right here, item 1, blood test number 1 from 7:31 to 8:13 a.m. So it was tested. It's telling you right here, positive, positive, positive. The blood sample from 7:31 to 8:13 a.m. right here in blue says it was tested. So that dispels, is that a word? Let me look that up. If it is, good word. To drive away, scatter, or to cause or vanish. Okay, so I don't know that I used it correctly, but it yeah, it does. It dispels the theory that it was thrown away. It was positive for THC. Annie Elise corrected herself and said the original sample was tested. Exactly. Which that's what we're seeing right here. If this isn't right, then I want to know why these people ran these reports and documented this and this wasn't brought up in court. Intramuscularly, I think. Almost 100% she was on shrooms or she would have maybe something else. People thought they were on LSD. There was another party talked about this night that is only on one report. But I'm hearing other things from Bubba in his interviews that he's doing. My advice is to Bubba, Shirilla's, and the Russos, quit talking about it. Quit doing interviews because this is probably going to go to an appeal. I think they didn't do the longer test that should have shown. No, it says that it was tested. The blood sample on 7:31 at 8:13 a.m. They were found at what, 6 a.m.? Yeah, Dom and Davion levels would probably be autopsies not released. They will not release it. It's right now, it's sealed by the courts. I have tried to get it. The family is requesting that they don't want that out. I understand why they don't want that out, but at the same time, you can't ask for people to jump on this bandwagon without seeing all the evidence. And that is what we do in true crime. We review documents all day long, articles, videos, interviews. So no shrooms then? According to this toxicology report, no. Yeah, this is a vial from 731. They were adults, so why can't we see it? Like they are hiding stuff by doing that. Hmm. Yeah. It's important to be fully transparent. Well, there's parties here that are not being fully transparent, and you can take that from me, meaning that I'm being honest with you because I have been covering this case before this case was even a documentary, before even everyone gave a shit really. Because when I was covering it, it was like the babelets. I knew the people that were here watching them lives and in the replays. My channel wasn't that big at the time. It's still not. I'm a small channel, but I could still see who's interacting and who's not with the lives when I did Mackenzie before it got blown up by the documentary. There is some stuff that's not matching up. Okay, so Dom did have a SEPA on, and we know that her vial of blood did get tested. They were murdered. If they were stoned, it's not irrelevant. To an extent, I agree with that. Yeah, it was LSD, it would show. Would it though? Because look, they take one at 7:31 a.m., but then they go back and take another one on 8/3 and another one on 8/4. What were they looking for that they didn't find already in the blood test? And then they realized, oh, our lab doesn't test for psilocybin and LSD here. So now we need to test more. Okay, well, by that time, you're right. It could have been out of her system. Does it matter? Yeah, I think it does. I think it does. If I was fucked up and I killed someone and I knew I was, which she didn't say she was, that's another thing too. So I respect all opinions and all openings here to this conversation. But yeah, I mean, why are they drawing blood from her 3 times too? It's like, okay, you didn't find what you wanted in the first one or whatever happened. Could be that maybe not everything was documented correctly, but then that questions the people who are in these positions and whether they're ethical or not and whether they should even be involved in cases like this. At any time, it can be one of us. And you guys know that. Same with Karen Reed. It could be one of us. This case, it can be any one of us. There's people in here who have left me comments and written me emails about how they've been in situations similar to this or have lost a loved one in some manner or form of anything that we've talked about on this channel, which is all true crime. I've been heavy on the Kenzie stuff, but we've been covering all the cases. I do stay on top of it, respectfully. But anyways, let's move on to the investigative reports. I did just want to show that about the vial of Kenzie's blood. Let's go on to, I want to read Glover's report first because it's the shorter one of the two, but they're both fairly long. I have Rosie's text messages pulled up. I'll have to look at my notes because I'm sure I'm trying to align something with something that girl said. Oh, Fancy Pants said go back to the report and show the comments at the bottom. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it back up. All right, I have so many documents on here. I can't even my screens aren't even working. Okay. The comments, all laboratory activities related to this case were completed between the date the evidence was received, as noted in this report, and the report's issue date. Specific activity dates are maintained in the case file for this case. The results in this report relate only to the items tested. Other specimens received will be held with the case, not tested, not detected, non-performed in ELISA testing settings, that there are no positive signals in ELISA. So that's like their system, I think. Where quantitative results have been provided, method uncertainty is determined at a CL 95.45 mass spectrum denotes the finding has not been confirmed against the retention time of the reference standard. Please notify toxicology. Oh, okay, will be held for 1 year. I think that's it. Oh, sent to reference labs, synthetic cannabinoids, all of these things. So I'm assuming to test for these, they sent to a different lab. Is that what I'm understanding here? Sent to reference labs. But if they tested her blood at 7:31 and she had no shrooms, there's no reason why she would have them later either. You know what I'm saying? But does it matter if the two boys were on shrooms and stuff? Yeah, I think it does, because it could change the possible situation of what happened at that party. You know what I mean? That isn't a normal test, says Mia. Synthetic, they should have checked her urine. LSD stays in urine longer. I thought you had to get a spinal tap to detect it, but false. I don't think you do. Yes, a follicle test should have been ordered. A follicle test would have been ideal. But that would also go back, I think, like way long time, right? Doesn't that go back like months? Isn't a hair test good for like months and months? There's nothing medically suspicious about doing multiple ongoing blood tests. There's a video debunking the other blood samples. She said Kenzie told her she was supposed to die. Interesting. Would it show in a hair follicle test? I think it would, yeah. Let's see. So shroom stays, yeah, up and for a hair follicle test, psilocybin and its metabolite, psilocin, can theoretically be detected for up to 90 days after ingestion. Hair strands trap drug metabolites as they grow, with a standard of 1.5 inches of hair cut from the scalp, reflecting a 90-day detection window. They are expensive to test for psilocybin. They're generally only requested in highly specific legal or forensic scenarios. Are you Barbie? Okay, our Bobby says I'm cooked. Oh, that's funny. Well, we're not the ones being investigated here. I don't believe the ex-inmates. They all seem to be wanting their moment of fame. I did actually want to say something on this, because I did get emails from a couple of you that were like sending me emails of these inmates. Listen, I don't buy it. Respectfully, I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm just saying, like, okay, for 4 years, we didn't hear shit aside from a couple of different people that brought it up. But it's like Bubba and Rosie, you know, they just want clout. So that's where I stand with that. But we are going to be watching a video of one of them, because I want to get your opinion on something. Well, they found the shrooms on her person, so why wouldn't they check out? They found the shrooms on her person, but they didn't find the bullets, the ammo under Dom's seat. Well, they did. It's in the report, but it's not in the body cam. So, did we just not get the full body cam? How are you not going to see that? Do you have ammo in underneath your car? Don't answer that in the chat, but you know what I'm saying. I don't want to be subpoenaed. Those girls are insane wanting. Is Mackenzie any less responsible regardless? Yeah, I want to know who was fucked up in this crash. I do. Too much is missing. Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry. Dom wasn't even allowed to have guns on him. So respectfully, they would have found ammo. That would have been a big deal. The ex inmates may have been quiet, and now that she's in the new, they might have felt safe enough to speak. We're in America. They can speak at any time they want. And I'm not trying to sound like a bitch, but yeah, okay. So one of the ex inmates said that Mackenzie pushed that girl down the stairs. Oh, okay. If Kenzie admitted to ingesting LSD, had a bad road trip, or had drug induced psychosis, she would probably get off way more. Bossy says 100. She was given a shroom order by Rosie and 160 in the car on the shrooms. Did she rob them? There was also pictures that Bubba was posting with a bunch of dollar bills, allegedly after the crash, but we'll have to go back and visit that. Let's get to these reports. I'm curious. Thank you, Crystal. They were safe to speak the whole time. It's not like they were going back to jail. Thank you, Are You Barbie? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, now you want to make 12 parts on you being an inmate with Kenzie Shirilla. Well, I want receipts. I mean, if we're going word for word here and I come up on here and bring receipts, then I guess I want receipts too. They were inmates. I don't know if they can all produce receipts. But I mean, are we just supposed to believe everything we hear? That's why I like these documents. I really do. Because at the end of the day, these are done by the law enforcement. And if they did something wrong, that's not Kenzie's fault. That's not our fault, but it is their fault. And everyone should get a fair trial. A fair trial. Robbed him is diabolical. Didn't come out that Rosie drove by the road, not the crash. Let's read this. So this one's by Detective Glover. So this wasn't the main detective. The main detective was Detective Hazoo. In August of 2022, Strongsville Police Detective Zaki Hazoo contacted me for assistance with narcotics side an investigation into a double fatal motor vehicle crash during which the driver, Mackenzie Shirilla, was found to be in possession of felony drugs. After speaking with Detective Hazoo, I immediately began searching open sources of information, including, but not limited to, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, okay, all of the social sites. During the course of these searches, including open profiles owned and operated by Mackenzie, I observed and noted images and videos Mackenzie posted of herself and friends using rugs, some of which were within 12 hours of the motor vehicle crash. We know that's true according to the text messages between Kenzie and Rosie talking about shrooms that night. Remember? We went over this. Exactly. Dig Up Her Bone says, I need proof. We need the video surveillance of those other businesses, is what we need. Upon identifying these images, Detective Azul and I wrote and executed numerous search warrants to social media companies. Okay. August 1st, 2022. On this date at approximately 8 a.m., I signed out exhibit number 5, approximately 8.1 grams of suspected psilocybin mushrooms for evidence via Lieutenant Jeff Mason. I logged exhibit number 5 through the Cuyahoga County Regional, people correct me all the time, Regional Forensic Science Laboratory evidence portal for chemical and analysis testing. At approximately 8:39 a.m., Detective Zaki Hazu and I transported exhibit number 5 to CCRFSL and transferred custody to exhibit of number 5 to laboratory intake. At approximately 9:05 a.m., Detective Hazu and I arrived at Metro Health Medical Center Intensive Care Unit Room 571, where we met with Mackenzie Shirilla and Natalie Shirilla. Shirilla was in a hospital bed with, according to Natalie, 2 broken legs, 2 broken arms, and basically everything broken from the neck down. According to Natalie, Shirla was due to have surgery on her right arm that afternoon. Shirla was in obvious and visual pain and cried from the emotional trauma of the MVA. So she did show some form of remorse or regret. Or no, I'm not saying it. This is the detective. Remember, it's the detectives that put her in jail too, in prison, respectfully. But in the documentaries, they say that she was cold-blooded and cold-hearted. Yes or no? During our Hazu and Glover brief conversation with Natalie and Shirla, they advised that Dominic Russo was or has been Shirla's boyfriend for approximately 4 years and that he was part of their family. As the conversation continued, Natalie determined that they should probably speak to an attorney prior to answering any questions. At this time, Detective Hazu provided his business card for the family to provide to their lawyer if and when they retain one. Both Natalie and Mackenzie expressed concern over the comments and photographs being shared via various social media sites. Detective Hazu and I explained that we, SPD, could only control the flow of information from the SPD social media pages and that the SPD social media page would not allow false information to be spread. Prior to our leaving, Natalie and Shirla asked about the status of Shirla's cellular telephone, to which we explained the cell phone was being held as evidence and could be returned once the device was dumped for information and or data that would help investigators piece together the cause of the MVA. That's what detectives are supposed to do, investigate crimes and arrest people with probable cause. Broken limbs are painful, probably crying from pain. Well, she knows how to cry to get her way. I don't think she was dealing, but she was linking up in her text for friends and whatnot. Okay, let's just address the whole dealing thing. We know they were both doing it. Period. Hard stop. I don't care that Dom was like the main person supplying them. Kenzie and her parents knew what she was doing. Now, was that okay? Is it legitimate? La la la. That's a whole different story. But we know that her parents were aware. We know that Kenzie was helping him sell and participated in it. And we know everything else. Upon returning to SPD, I completed and submitted preservation letters to Instagram via Meta platforms, Snapchat, okay, all of her accounts. Based on intelligence from several sources of information, investigators have reason to believe that Shirla posted photos and or videos of herself and others using illegal rugs prior to the MVA. In addition to preservation letters from Shirla's accounts, I completed and sent a preservation letter to Life 360 to retain any and all information and data related to Davion Flanagan's account associated with his cell phone number. Here's a copy of that on August 6, 2022. On this date, I was briefed on new developments by Hazu, including but not limited to with conversations from the county prosecutors, Ohio State Highway Patrol, crash reconstructionist, and updates as far as what had been completed and what remains. I then opened and read an email from Snapchat, which they stated they needed a preservation letter that is dated, so I completed a new one. Okay, so there's that letter. On this date, I completed and sent a preservation letter to Pinterest for any and all data information related to her Pinterest account, her baby Kush. A quick scan of the public account identified as Baby Kush revealed the following photographs posted by Shirilla. These are not only images content of evidentiary value, these are simply the first images that jumped out as a scan of the profile that was being conducted. Further investigative analysis will be completed following the issuance of a state search warrant. So here's a picture with her and Dom, couple goals. Here's another one with her and her swollen eyeballs and money. And then here's her of smoking a fat ass wood. Okay. She was 2 days from being 18. Should she have been charged as an adult? Is a good question. Would you want your child to be charged as one if they were in this position? I wouldn't. I don't have children, but I would be like, nope, charge them as a juvenile. I guess that's me being selfish, right? At this time, I completed and sent a preservation request through TikTok for any and all data to be retained pending investigators obtaining signed search warrants for the following accounts as they pertain to Mackenzie Shirilla. These accounts documented below have been identified by investigators and are accounts open and utilized by Mackenzie Shirilla. Shirilla often hashtags or references these other accounts in posts and messages from newer accounts, which identified them as Baby Cushy, Lil Ken Baby, Baby Kush. Okay. She did adult things, so she should be charged as an adult, says Hometown. Melanie doesn't work that way. I'm just saying she did adult things. I think at 17, being 2 days away from 18, you should be charged as an adult. I think she essentially is 18. Okay. If my child was killed, I want the person charged as an adult. I thought she was charged as an adult. She is. Mackenzie knew what she was doing using those men, but doesn't make it right on either end. It's gross. Hmm. I don't think anybody under 18, we know it's science. I'm a science girl. I'm a science major. We know that no one's frontal cortex is developed before the age of 25. Do I think that matters? Yes, I do. I think it matters. What if she did it then in order not to be charged as an adult? I mean, let's move on. August 8th, 20, I don't know. I don't know. Made an adult decision, adult charges. Hmm. August 8th, 2022. On this date at approximately 1:10 p.m., I spoke with Supervisor Shayna, forensic scientist, about chemical analysis testing on the marijuana located on Shirley's person. Taylor advised that the lab cannot test the marijuana as it is against their policy and procedures. Taylor did state that the lab can source the 2 grams needed for a sample to be sent to a private laboratory, but that they could not test the drug. At approximately, wait, what? Cannot test the marijuana as it is against their policy and procedures. Hmm. At approximately 1:30 p.m., I spoke with Lieutenant Mason and began the process of obtaining a vendor license number with Pinnacle CT Laboratory in Maryland in order to get the marijuana tested. On this date, the Chief of Police Secretary Margaret Hines sent an email to Carissa Miller to complete the necessary paperwork. Wait, so they couldn't even test, but I thought they said they did test it. Hmm. Where did I see that letter or that word? What's CC? in Maryland to get the marijuana tested. SPD, along with Cuyahoga County Assistant Prosecutor Tim Troop, decided that chemical analysis testing on the marijuana was not immediately necessary. Based on training and experience as TFO with the Drug Enforcement, the DEA, Cleveland District Office, I know the suspected marijuana located on Shirilla's person, in fact, is marijuana. I came to this conclusion based on visual appearance, the odor of raw marijuana emanating from the bag, as well as packaging of the material. Wait, am I tripping? They didn't even test the marijuana? But we saw the toxicology report. Was that from a different facility? Let me go back. The toxicology report is from Cuyahoga County Regional Forensic Science Laboratory. She knew she did before her 18th birthday to get a lesser sentence. That was the blood sample, not the weed. Mm. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Kenzie asked for the master bedroom. Let's continue. Yeah, she did. Hi, Cecilia. SPD, along with Cuyahoga. Oh, I already read that part. So they had to send the weed to Maryland, but they ended up not doing it. On this date, I completed search warrants for the following social media profiles. Okay, all of her profiles. On this date, I met Detective Hazu at SPD, at which time the 2 blood vials obtained. Okay, this is good. The 2 blood vials obtained on August 8th were removed from evidence and transported to CCR for toxicology screens to be completed. Wait. Wait. So vials obtained on August 8th. That wasn't a day that they drew blood. Was that just the day they picked it up? Following the trip to the laboratory, Detective Hazu and I traveled to the Cuyahoga County Courthouse, where we met with the Honorable Common Plea Court Judge John J. Russo. Put that in your notes for later. Detective Hazu completed and returned 3 search warrants. I then swore to search warrants for Shirilla's social media accounts on the following platforms: Instagram, Snapchat, Pinterest, TikTok. Upon arriving back at the SPD, I served the signed search warrant to Instagram. Okay. So he basically got all of the social media sites. From 1:15 p.m. until approximately 4 p.m., I began conducting the review of the data downloaded from Shirla's cellular phone. The investigation into Shirla's cellular telephone is expected to take time based on 91,000 plus photographs, 15,000 plus videos, and several hundred text messages from threads located within the device. On this date, I received email correspondence from Snapchat stating that their employees were not trained nor able to identify drugs or drug usage. August 17th. On this date, I obtained a new updated search warrant from the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office with updated language and rewrote the search warrant for Shirilla's Snapchat account. The new warrant requested any and all data from that user account between the dates of January 1st, 2022 and August 24th, 2022. But why only from January to why only 2022? We've read the text messages from 2021. Interesting. I thought they had gone back quite some time on the Snapchat stuff. Hmm. She used the men like she used them, right, as Isn't that what happened? I do think these men should be investigated. I agree with that. Her being a lawyer, though, she could have to pull up, hide stuff and seal it, you know? Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot going on here. We haven't got that far yet. So what? There's a lot of places that have many people with the same last name. Fair. Another Russo, another one. There's 4 involved. I did, green-eyed. I think if the brain growth is a major factor, then anyone 25 should not be able to buy alcohol. Well, that's a good point. She threatened to end Dom more than once, premeditated. Okay, I see you guys arguing about something. Just because she was 2 days from her 18th birthday does not make her innocent. Yeah, I never said that. I just thought that was, I mean, it could be the reason why she does get a new appeal, though, or her appeal gets approved. The Supreme Court could say no, she was 17. Mackenzie was a known liar. Why would anyone believe her? All the data speaks for itself. Okay, let's move on. August 29th, 2022. On this date, I took the updated Snapchat search warrant before Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Judge John Russo. I explained the confusion with the language and what Snapchat stated that their issue with the original search warrant was. Judge Russo acknowledged and signed the new updated search warrant. On this date, I received email correspondence from Meta via their law enforcement portal stating that the language in the search warrant cannot be accommodated. Essentially, their staff is not trained nor able to look for, search, or identify rug use. Okay. August 30th, I received an email from Snapchat, which included 6 zip files. Okay. September 2nd, 2022, there was a new warrant that was signed by Cuyahoga County Pleas Judge Nancy Forrest. I don't know how you say her last name. On this date, the new updated Meta platform signed each search warrant. Okay. So there's a copy of that. Between August 30th, 2022 and this date, I have begun the processing of going through large amount of data provided by Snapchat. I requested the assistance of IT manager. Okay. I have several hundred files during which located approximately 19 videos or snaps of Shirilla and victim, Dominic Russo, committing what appears to be a breaking and entering of an abandoned church. Okay. August 30th, I received 6 files from Snapchat. Also located within the zip files was information related to Shirla being the subscriber or account holder associated with all the images and video. Additionally, there was a spreadsheet documenting all communications and conversations with Snapchat. Okay. Narcotic investigation. On August 6, 2022, Detective Glover sent a preservation letter to Snapchat, Kenzie Shirilla. Judge Russo reviewed the probable cause. On August 30th, I received email correspondence from Snapchat. Okay. On or about September 30th, I finished going through all of the Shirley Snapchat with friends. I was able to identify several conversations which contain evidentiary value. So this is her. Oh yeah, we've read these where she's selling. In the above conversation via Snapchat, Shirley's contacted by user to pick up a cart. Okay. What strain? We know she was selling carts. Furthermore, due to the parties do not discuss a meeting location, investigators believe Shirla to be selling from either the home of her parents and or her boyfriend, Dominic Russo's home. I'm going to see what you guys are saying. I've seen many texts on a lot of this. Mackenzie, not Dom. She tormented him daily. Hmm. I'm not judging anyone who does drugs. I am just saying he wasn't innocent. Davion was a real victim, in my opinion. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Is Mary Jane legal there now in Ohio? Yes, it is. She was absolutely helping sell drugs. Whether it was just weed or not, she was helping. Look at you see it right here. She's selling half a joint, smoking wood, selling carts. How much weed do you want? An eighth? Bet. Shirla seeking to smoke. Wait, in the above conversation, Shirla seen communicating with a Snapchat user later identified as Mia. Shirla is asking Mia when they are going to smoke again. Mia acknowledges that she wants to smoke. Shirla states that she has half a joint. Shirla then advises Mia that she and Dom are going to smoke tomorrow at an event they are going to. As the conversation continues, Mia asks Mackenzie if they can buy off of him, meaning Russo. Selling more carts. Here's Kenzie selling more. Mm, March 2nd and March 3rd, again selling more carts. In the above Snapchat conversation, Sheila is messaging with an account about buying carts for $35. Okay. So this is them just proving that um Kenzie was selling. We know that. We already knew this, so we're just reviewing. And we knew that Steve was aware of it as well. I guess whether she was selling or not could be debated with Steve Shirla, but we know that he knows she was smoking and he was getting it from her and that she was getting it from Dom. We know that much is true. Part 2, Snapchat videos and photographs. Between the dates of August 30th, 2022 and September 28th, I went through and viewed each photograph and video provided. After viewing each file, I proceeded to determine whether that photograph or video contained evidence of the crimes committed by Shirilla. If a photograph or a video contained what I considered to be possible evidentiary, I copied or moved the file into separate files broken down into categories. I created these categories to make reviewing easier for Detective Zaki. Okay, so this is when they break into the church. I do have that footage. We could review it. Remember when Kenzie said in the call, "Oh, I didn't even have anything to do with the breaking in." Well, you did. You were in there smoking too. File contains 5 videos depicting Shirla along with friends under the age of 18 smoking. Hmm. July 30th, 2022. This file contains 8 videos and 7 photos, all taken hours before the MVA. In the photos depicted below, Shirla is seen posting a photograph of herself flicking off the camera through her mirror. Next to that photo is a message which Shirla posted on top of the photo Shirla took of herself. When Snapchat sends images, the photo is separate from the message. The third photo was posted in the hours leading to the morning of the crash. She said 18 in 2 days. No, no, nobody deserved to be killed here, no. I don't think it's a conspiracy. No, I didn't say that. Now, if someone said in the chat, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, not at all. I think what I'm saying is I think there's other players involved or other factors involved. They broke into a church. Yeah, I didn't know if you guys knew about that. I'll try to cover it in this live, if not for sure in the members. Nina was the one who helped Kenzie find the feet guy. Mhm. Dom recorded her because she pulled his hair, punched him, threw a rock at him, and threatened to call the cops on him. She wasn't old enough to smoke weed in the first place. That's also true. Selling her nalgas, that's also true. She should be sold to be cool, let's be for real. Dom always wanted to talk face to face and not through text. No evidence of anything toxic there. Just looks like it's her being a spoiled arse. She was a text even proved it. Mm, yeah. She said she sat in the car during the church break-in. I know. That's why I wanted you guys to see that because we'll go through those videos later with the church break-in, but she lied on that call. The file contains two videos taken in the hours leading up to the MVA. The two videos were actually duplicating the same video. In this video, Shirley is seen smoking a vape pen with what I believe to be a THC cartridge, similar to the ones described above when Shirley was seen selling to these friends. The file contains 60 videos and okay, that's a lot, 27 videos and 33 photos depicting things of evidentiary value. I have highlighted a few different situations, all posted by Shirilla via Snapchat. The first screenshot is of Shirilla holding a marijuana bud from a plant. In the background is a grinder utilized to grind up the Mary Jane in preparation for smoking it. Shirilla smoked large amounts of Mary Jane on a regular basis, according to several sources of information close to Shirilla. She knew how to obtain, prepare, and utilize it in several different ways. The second photo and third are Shirley holding large sums of money to her ear as if she is talking on the telephone. Based on the investigation into Shirley, she could not hold down a job for any length of time and was often purchasing clothes, food, etc. Investigators found no reasonable way Shirley could have accumulated this amount of money legally. Additionally, an investigation into other criminal matters uncovered that Shirilla had large amounts of money being sent to her via Cash App, a money transferring application. The fourth screenshot and fifth screenshots came from Snapchat, in which Shirilla was singing a song with the lyrics, "I'm an evil hoe." Shirilla then added the banner seen in the fifth screenshot over the top of the video. Shirley was seen among these acquaintances and kids within the Strongsville High School as a mean person who made fun of others. Shirley calling herself an Eva Ho fits the narrative she is trying to portray. Although not illegal, these videos and behaviors goes to the character as well as corroborate information being obtained by third-party interviews. Thank you, Chucks, for gifting a membership. I appreciate you. Welcome, Brian P. Knows. Who's the snake in the chat? Let's everyone Wim Hof right now. Right now. For educational purposes, we know, was this Dom's money or was this from her selling the feet sex? Which is it? These photographs will not be included in, nudity. These photographs will not be included in this report. Ooh. This file contains 4 photographs and 1 video depicting different levels of, you know what? 2 of these photographs are a female breast. These photos do not show the individual's face, but they are that to believed of Shirilla taking a selfie. Additionally, these 2 photos are listed. Okay, whoa. Okay, some of you might need to chill out. Y'all are wilding out in the chat, man. Yeah. Did you already cover the text between Kenzie? Yeah, but we're going to cover them again. Additionally, these 2 photos are listed as a chat media by Snapchat, indicating that these images were shared or taken from a chat between Shirla and another Snapchat user. Another video is a selfie taken by Shirilla of herself nude in the bathroom, in which she slightly covers her nipples, but is essentially totally nude. I don't know if we had read this before, but like, what? Did I just see someone say that don't make me pull over? Oh, it was Jen. It says I'm driving. Don't make me get pulled over. Wait, you have? That's crazy. Thank you, Chucks, for gifting another membership. Welcome, we Spara. That's really nice of those of you getting it because we're either doing another members or a members after this. Are these photos in her phone or did she send them? Yo, I think she was sending them. It says this image is labeled. Thank you, Chucks. Appreciate you. This image is labeled memories, indicating that it was taken and saved within Shirla's user profile. The fourth photo file is labeled memories, as it's a label attached to the third photo. The label reads, quote, the stripper pole will be going back up, end quote, and was placed over the top of the third photo prior to it being shared. Wait, remind me, where was the stripper pole? Did we miss this or do I just not remember? I have a lot of questions here. Okay. Oh, hold on. You guys better be behaving in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Abuelita, I agree. I don't know what stripper pole they're referring to here, but I need to know where that stripper pole was. Does it make a difference? Yes, it does. Because if they were fighting in the car about the stripper pole, where was it? That's kind of new to me. I ain't gonna lie. The label reads the stripper pole will be going back up. The only video in this file depicts Shirla taking a video of herself moving or dancing to music. Oh, it was in her closet. It was in her closet. She had a stripper pole in her closet. It says right here. Moving or dancing in what appears to be the closet in her bedroom. Wait, there was a stripper pole in her closet where Steve Shirley lived? Steve, we have more questions for you, Steve. Yeah, I have questions. Cause yo, why why do I believe that? Believe what? The stripper pole? That's weird. If it was at Dom's, I'd be like, okay, that's I guess her boyfriend. But a stripper pole in your daddy's house? Chill out. Chill out. Okay. I'm having a hard time going through this right now with the tatas and the stripper pole. And this video, Charlotte is seen wearing only boxer shorts while being topless. What the? Yeah, I guess we didn't see these in the trial videos. Shirla's breasts are slightly covered by her hair, but as she moves, her breast and nipples can be seen. The images contained in this file were all taken and or shared prior to Shirla being 18 years of age. Oh, it says she was dancing on it. It's for exercising, guys. Okay, I need one for exercising. Great. Wait, this is weird. Shirla's B are slightly covered by her hair, but as she moves, her B and N can be seen. These images contained in this file were all taken and or shared prior to Shirley. Oh, I already read that. Turning 18, indicating possible violations of sharing child you know what. Oh boy. Oh boy. Part of Rosie's 30-day challenge. Wait, why? Why do we have issues? What's going on? Is Natalie Shirilla in the chat? Is that what I saw? Had to tighten my thighs. It's exercising. I thought the poll was at Dom's. Maybe she was just dancing in the closet. I don't know. Either way, it's fucking weird. Post accident. The file contains 126 what? Videos and photographs depicting things, all of which were taken and or posted after the fatal MVA. Despite being in the ICU, Shirla is posting several photographs via Snapchat to followers and friends. Shirla can be seen in casts and bandages, but still manages to take and send photographs as well. The reckless driving, okay, we've seen those. I posted a bunch of shorts on this where she's seen smoking, speeding. We've seen these. Climb up the pole and hit the like as you slide down. Stop it. Yeah, please hit the like button as you slide down that po. Okay, here's more Snapchats. Dude, the ugly ass nails, please. I don't want to see those ever again. Can we already went through this with the Snapchat files. Can we stop with the nails, please? You guys know how I feel about this. We've been here before. All right. Kenzie only would do her nails on one hand and not the other. Why I don't have not figured it out. Maybe she couldn't. 404 files depicting rug use, including but not limited to smoking the Jane, using the edibles, as well as drinking the promethazine. Lean is known as a mixture of pop or soda, alcohol, or any other drink mixed with cough medicine containing codeine. Yeah, we already know. This isn't nothing new to us, right? So much for the girl that won't eat a McChicken. Mm, I guess it's different, huh? Part 3, fake identification slash alcohol. While conducting the Snapchat investigation into Shirilla, I located and identified both messaging as well as image suggesting that Mackenzie and her friends obtained fake IDs. The images below depict a blank form sent to Shirilla by a Snapchat user. The second image is a completed form with Shirilla's intended information. She is seen sending the document to other users. Shirilla, wait, it says, in addition to these messages, someone sends Kenzie a message that reads, fill this out and send it to me. I need a picture of your signature on a price of paper. Oh, piece of paper. These messages were sent in a group messaging thread, including third and fourth parties. I know juveniles who party and use rugs enjoy living as adults, which includes going to bars to consume alcohol. Kenzie bought a fake ID. I guess that's the picture she used. Well, first of all, go to the fucking doctor for your eyes. Second of all, you don't look 21 here, Kenzie. No one told her this. Yet her parents haven't mentioned the nudity at all. Hmm. Yeah, good point. The Paul was deaf at Dom's. They ordered it for parties. Okay, is that not like weird? I need a hose and a water. Her parents haven't mentioned. No, they haven't. Why? What did I do? I'm just reading the police paperwork. In conclusion, based on training and experience having gone through Shirla's entire Snapchat between the dates of January 1st, 2022 through August 24th, 2022. First of all, why are you only going back to January of 2022, Detective Hazoo? You should have gone back way further than that because we've been reading the text messages since 2020, baby. So you might be missing some stuff. I fully believe that Snapchat was the most utilized social media app in Shirla's cellular phone. I believe that Shirilla, similar to most young adults, believe that snaps and Snapchat message deletes and is gone forever, which allows these young adults to share images, videos, and conversations with friends without the likelihood of their secrets or transgression getting out to others. This belief comes from multiple facts, but one example being Shirla taking videos of herself and Dominic Russo breaking into the Church of God. In addition to the use, Shirilla refers to tripping, which is accomplished by using LSD. In this case, it seems as if Shirilla and friends such as Rosie Graham. Speaking of tripping while using psilocybin mushrooms, which elicit a similar high to LSD. Even if I said the words, I would not be here right now. Oh, that's hard. Let's see. That's a hard one. Not identified above, but investigated by myself was Shirla's involvement in possible prostitution or dissemination of juvenile corn on the cob, if you know what I mean. I was able to identify several Snapchat messages, conversations in which Shirilla spoke with users and provided quotes of 1K for pics and 2K to link. One message even read, quote, send $1,000, we can link. Anything you want for 2,500, baby. In addition to chat, several images were located consistent with the same line of negotiating. To date, investigators continue to look into the identities of these Snapchat users and whether or not Shirilla conducted any of the meetings negotiated through Snapchat messaging. Overall, Snapchat provided enough evidence to confidently state that Shirilla, as a 17-year-old, obtained and possessed a fake identification, drank alcohol, drove her vehicle recklessly, and smoked MJ, vape pens, lean, shroomies, and that she sold it. She broke into a church. She engaged in possible P like behavior and selling photos of herself. This behavior is consistent with that of an adult making poor life choices and having no supervision. Well, she's a child, still a teenager, but fair, adult, 18, and having no supervision. Well, we know that Steve and Natalie weren't regulating that. Now I wonder, Steve and Natalie Shilla, what do you know about her selling herself? I'm curious. Hmm. September 28th, on this date, I received email correspondence from TikTok. Okay. September 29th, 2022, Detective Hazoo and I went before Common Pleas Court Judge John J. Russo. Again, we'll talk about that later. Detective Hazoo swore to and signed search warrant for Snapchat user account associated with Davion Flanagan. I swore to and signed, okay. So search warrants. On this date, I received email correspondence from Pinterest. Any and all information such as photographs, videos, and chats have the above specified user and other Snapchats depicting to Okay, this is just basically what the companies are saying. All social media companies advise that the language was too specific and that their employees were not trained in identifying rugs and therefore could not honor the search warrant. So this is asking for basically all of the Snapchat current and deleted. Okay. To date, Snapchat have both honored this new warrant. October 4th, 2022. In order to speak, I went to speak with Rosie Graham. After ringing the doorbell, I found no one to be home at the residence. Following this, I went to the Strongsville PD where I made a telephone call to Rosie. I was greeted with the voicemail associated with that telephone number. I then left a message identifying myself as Task Force Officer Jason Glover with the DEA Cleveland office. I informed Graham to call me back at her convenience. On October 6th, 2022, on this date, Detective Hizu and I met with Christine Russo regarding the telephone located on Dominic's person the night of the crash. I advised Christine that although investigators initially did not want to get into the contents of Dominic's telephone, it has not become necessary. I don't understand why. Although Dominic's telephone is subscribed to Christine through her law firm, Cuyahoga County prosecutors believed it is not only necessary but crucial to the investigation. I explained to Christine that we investigators have evidence that Dominic and Shirilla have been trafficking and that we believe the evidence is stored within that telephone. Additionally, the investigation needs anything and everything from that phone within the last 24 hours leading up to the crash. After explaining all of this to Christine, she stated she understood and wanted to give investigators her permission, but still had concerns about her private attorney client information. If it's Dom's phone, why would private attorney client information be on Dom's work phone? I don't understand. Hmm. In order to gain Christine's permission, I agreed to have the telephone and SIM card dumped or downloaded by a third party. I also advised her that I would have a third party law enforcement officer go through the data and only provide that which is narcotics related to Shirilla or occurring within the 24 hours leading up to the crash. I reassured Christine that anything having to do with her clients would not be viewed or used in this investigation. Yeah, I don't understand. This is going to lead to a topic you guys might not like in the members only. This is going to lead to another topic, but this is an important key part of this document. I think that all of it should have been fair game. Furthermore, I told Christine that we investigators would provide her with a copy of the download of the records. Christine ended up signing a Strongsville police consent form for the telephone in question, which is described as a white Apple iPhone 13 Pro Max model. The large amounts of damage to the phone from the MVA, October 7th through the 9th, between the dates of October 7th through October 9th, I conducted a thorough review of instant messages between Shirilla and Rosie. I think we've read these before. Shirilla says, I'll bring a fatty blunt. You get to meet some of my girls from Barbizon. I can scoop you also. You down? Rosie says, yeah, sorry, I was snoozed. Shirilla says, okay, bet I'm excited. I'm also talking to Dom about tripping. Same tripping. Oh, yeah, bruh, are you with anyone? I'm going to be with Bubba soon. We did read these the other day in a different document. Yeah. Yeah, Nina and her boyfriend, like, I feel bad even saying this because it feels wrong. I want to trip, but I don't know what to do, says Kenzie. In the above conversation, Shirilla mentions that she has been talking with Dom about tripping, a term commonly associated with the use of psychedelic drugs. Okay, we already read that. I know this conversation to be representing Shirilla as a middleman. As Graham informs Shirilla that she and Bubba will need to get shrooms from Dom, Graham already knows that she can order with Shirilla. Okay, we have read this about $40, who's getting what. Yeah, $50 for the quarter, but he's going to give you a little more than that. Okay. In the above conversation, Graham is seen asking Shirilla if she can come pick up the shroomies. Yes, let me tell Dom. Okay, so that's an exchange there. Says Shirilla is acting as a middleman, described above. Shirilla is known as the best plug. Then they talk about wanting to go to the carnival. We've read this before. Not gonna go read it again. But I will read the ones up to the 30th when we get there. In the above conversation, Shirilla is seen telling Graham that she wants to go to the fair on Friday. Graham tells Shirilla that she and Bubba are planning on tripping because Bubba's parents are going out of town. Graham then invites Shirilla and Dom over to trip with them. The two then discuss how much fun tripping at the carnival will be and the fact that they are scared to be around so many people while high. And then they talk about going to Paul's house. This conversation, which began approximately 2:26 p.m., continues until 10:55 p.m. This will be important because what are we hearing about? There was another party. And does this align with all the other stories we've been hearing or statements from people involved? No, people have dug into, and they are censoring factual data. I know that for a fact. There is a connection here. Trust me when I said I have gone deep down a rabbit hole. And don't hate me just because I'm bringing you information. Did Dom see that the night and confronted her in the car? I was thinking that. I was thinking this whole pee thing that she was doing, and she didn't want anybody to know or didn't want it to get out like it was. But at the same time, Kenzie wouldn't have cared. I don't think Kenzie gave two shits if people knew she was doing it. Look at the type of person she is. Yeah, exactly, hoodies. Okay, so here's they talking about Paul's taking 1.5 gram to converse using shrooms. Paul states he's going to take under a gram. Shirilla now, this conversation now involves Shirilla and Graham planning to use shrooms along with Russo and Turner and Paul. So Bubba. Come to Bubba's and we'll all take them here. This is on 7/15. Yeah. So what they took them on the 15th. As this conversation continued on to July 15th, plans came into action as seen above. Graham advised Shirilla, I think Davion is coming to LMFAO. Do you care? Shirilla replies with bet. These two parties discuss how many shrooms Graham and Turner are going to since they tripped 4 days prior. Graham also advises Kenzie to bring enough for all of them. Everyone has cash. Rosie was going to take 2.5. Bubba was going to take 3.5. And Davion wanted 2.5. Graham orders 10 G's. Both Shirilla and Graham are acting as middlemen. This pattern continues with several conversations about Shirilla obtaining Mary Jane. Okay. Oh, this is the night of. Yeah. Shirilla says, are Paul's parents going to be there? Graham says, no, they gone. Kenzie says, do you think it's cool to trip there? Rosie says, yeah. Kenzie says, okay, I'm trusting you. Rosie says, his parents aren't tweaks like Bubba. They would probably let him have people over. Kenzie says, does he have outside we can sit or lay in? Oh, never mind. I remember his backyard. Rosie says, big backyard. You were at his grad party. Yes. Kenzie says, okay, cool. I'll keep you updated. Rosie says, bet. Kenzie says, what are you doing? Rosie says, we're almost back. Also can give you like 40 for some bud too. Kenzie says, we're somewhere else right now, but I don't know if we're going to come yet. Rosie says, oh no, you should come. I'm going to be at Paul's by 11. Rosie says, we could buy off Dom if you guys don't want to trip. You should just come hang for a little or smoke or whatever. Kenzie says, okay, bet, do you need? She says, we might come. Paul says, yes, me, Paul, Nina, and Bubba need them. Nina girl, Nina. I'm putting you on the back burner, Nina, but I do have questions. I have a lot of questions, actually. Graham says, and some bud, do you not want a trip? Did you guys already do that at the zoo today? Kenzie says, we're not sure because it's already so late. Dom says, and no, we're not going to. We were going to, but we didn't. Kenzie says, yes, we can give it to you guys. We in Parma. Okay, so they're planning to meet up. Graham says, so we want 40 worth of bud. Baba wants 3, 2.5, 1.5. Okay. In the above conversation, we see Shirilla asking Graham if Paul's parents are going to be there, which Graham advises no. Okay, we know what they're doing there. Based on training experience, I highlight again, we see Graham ordering rugs from her plug on behalf of Bubba, Burlinghouse, and Nina. Graham places an order within the intent of providing these shrooms. The grams were later located on Shirla's person down her pants. 6.91. Someone at that party that night used or obtained the 2.5 grams. And who was it? Who's going to come up and tell the truth, huh? Ha 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 ha. Was it Nina and her boyfriend? Who was it? We know Mackenzie. Mm. Why do we just blow past the fact that Dom's mother did get permission to download his personal data? It's been several times, but not signed off. But she clearly did. In July 17th, she kept texting how upset she was that he tried to spin her out of the car. That is a fair thing to say, but the reason that the fight happened in the car prior to, we don't have any receipts on that. Okay, that is technically hearsay. I know some of you don't want to hear the truth. That is actually technically hearsay. Kenzie's the one who was texting. There's been numerous 2 instances specifically here with them driving both. I mean, there's text messages, but that relationship was so toxic. At the end of the day, it was hearsay what Hench said to police. He doesn't have a video of Kenzie saying, I'm going to crash this car. And some of the victims aren't here to speak about that. So I don't even know why we bring that up. Thank you, it's me, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Like, we're going based off text and hearsay what Hench said he heard. I'm sorry, that's not evidence. That's not cold, hard evidence. Yeah, it was hearsay because we only know from text messages and what Hench said about, oh, she said she was going to crash her car. He was there, so how was it hearsay? People lie. I don't know. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I'm just looking at all things here. I don't know. I don't know who he is, so I don't know he's a liar. Let's move on to, this is a report we saw earlier. I think 8.1. Wait, weighing approximately 8.1. Wait, I'm confused. How did they know there was what was in the, because they only accounted for 6.91. Exhibit 2, weighing approximately 8.1 grams, as tested, sealed evidence bag containing a plastic bag weighing 6.91. I'm confused. How do they know there was 8.1 in there? How did they weigh the full amount of shrooms if someone had already taken some and it was actually 6.91? If there was some missing, they wouldn't have the full 8.1. Is that confusing or am I just confusing myself? TikTok investigation into accounts Lil Kenzie Baby, Baby Kush, and Baby Cushy. Because she called herself Baby Cushy. Yeah. Thank you, Evie. I'm cute, you're cute, we're all cute. I'm cute, you're cute, we're all cute. Thank you, Evie, appreciate you. We just have to use our critical thinking skills. We can just use what we want it to be. Mackenzie is hooked on K2 in prison. Oh. Hench testified about what he personally witnessed, aka Dime Girl. They started the night with 8 grams, but how did the police know that? Were they there at the party to weigh those 8 grams, or they're just going based off of, I mean, they could have had more, could have had less. I don't know how they know it was a full 8 grams. Because if by the time they got to the crash and that's what they tested it and it was 6.91 grams, how do they know it was 8.1? What, just because according to the text? I don't think that means shit. They could have had more, they could have had less. They eyeballed it. You can't eyeball. Did the cops just add up the drugs to get the 8 grams? Yeah, they added up the 8 grams from how much each person wanted. How do they know that? On November 15th, 2022, Strongsville Information Technology Director David was seen, okay, TikTok, all right. Under this account, there was 11 posted videos. Of those, of those 11, we identified 3 as having evidentiary value. Oh, so it's Kenzie's TikTok. She says, oh, she got banned. Follow the new TikTok, we were banned. The third video, the most concerning video, is in which Shirilla shows herself smiling. Oh, we've already seen this. I'm not even cool. I'm just one of the girls that can do a lot of drugs and not die. Under the Baby Kush account, investigators found 142 videos. Ah, I wasn't getting it, but now I'm getting it. So it seems like Kenzie had multiple accounts, and on one of them, she was selling substances more so than the others. There is no eyeballing in police work. Well, according to this case, there is. If it's fair game in this case, it's fair game in every other case. Or no? Or is it just with the cases and what we want the narrative to be? I call bullshit on that. How do they know there was 8.1 grams? Unless they have a text of them saying there was 8.1 grams in there, that's insane. And how always, like, I'm sorry, you're asking us to trust you, but you lied about the ammo. What's going on with that? Why is that being kept from the public and not in the documentaries? They lied about the ammo being in the car. Does that mean they lied about a gun? Maybe. Does that mean they could have lied about the shrooms? I guess maybe. They lied about the ammo. Which documentary do you see that? It wasn't in the Hulu, wasn't in the Netflix, wasn't in the one I seen today on A&E or whatever. These are pictures of her like smoking and stuff, which we've already seen on the TikTok. We've done the Snapchat lives. Thirty-eight out of those 38 videos on a different account, a comment made another user to Shirilla, which read, "What exactly do you make?" In the video, Shirley is showing her closet and her belonging to an audio that states, "Broke people should never laugh. Now hold on." Then a pew pew sound. In addition, Shirley posted a banner over the video stating, "More than you." All I want is just one day here where I'm not visually assaulted by uglies and fatties, said Kenzie. The investigation into Shirley's TikTok profiles show that she did not use the platform as often as Snapchat. Apple iCloud investigation. Between November 26th and November 27th, 2022, I went through Apple iCloud Return. I began looking into the deleted or expunged videos. Under this folder, I identified a couple of images of Shirilla with joints and one large sum of money. Hmm. Those shrooms. Wait. Between the dates of November 26th and November 27th. Oh, so this was like a deleted picture. It says into deleted or expunged videos. So I wonder if Kenzie tried to delete that after the crash. Okay, they're talking about Dom and Kenzie are talking about like selling them. In the above conversation, Shirla is seen sending a photograph to Dom looking for advice to evenly distribute. Shirla took an order obtained to fulfill that order to go to Paul's house that night in hours leading to the murder. After finishing with the deleted and expunged folders, I went through the main folder containing the photographs and videos backed up from Shirla's telephone. This folder contains over 90,000 images and videos. As I continued to investigate Apple iCloud account, I looked into a folder labeled Notes. This file contains several pages of notes Shirla kept with the notepad feature on her Apple iPhone. Oh, she sells a certain amount of carts, so she's keeping inventory here. Current box 225. If I sell 3 for 35, 330. Last 3 for 30, 315. I took 100 for West Side Market, 125. In another note, I identified Shirla keeping a list of clothing items, makeup, weed socks, all which appeared to be a Christmas list. She calls herself a lean enthusiast. Percent homophobic? I don't get that. What? Okay. Here's another of them. Oh, okay. More numbers here. The last notes point out appear to be list of Shirla, me and Leah's list bitch. This contained 9 names of both males and females. It is unknown if this was a revenge list. What? Why did I miss this part or I just didn't remember? A burn book. Oh yeah, I remember the burn book. 48 names of both males and females. Some of the individuals had descriptor names such as transgender or fatty. This is believed to be a revenge list created and maintained by Shirilla. Ooh, I'll have to review that later. A burn book? Yeah, I know. We have covered the messages with Grace before in a separate live, but they're brought up here as well. Text messages conversation with Grace. Grace says you should come down a Saturday with your fake. This is in April of 2022. She says, be careful with driving with all the stuff on you, please. Don't speed. My friend in Chicago got pulled over for speeding and they searched her and found rugs and $400,000 in cash, vacuum sealed. And now she has a federal case. Kenzie says, I'm already on the way there right now. We're going to be there at 6. We have everything locked up in a bag with the key. So they need a search warrant. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll go through that list. Maybe we can go over it in the members only. Cause I need to go before I should go on there and yeah, for YouTube purposes. That's effed up. In the above conversation, okay, bring her fake to consume alcohol. Based on training and experience. Okay. Finally, I would point out the fact that Shirla not only acknowledged the fact that she and Russo were transporting over several state lines. showed a level of knowledge of search and seizure laws when stating that they locked stuff up in a bag with a key. Additionally, I would point out that this level of thinking is not typical of a juvenile and more in that with of an adult. An adult and with experience in possessing, transporting, or selling. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. What's the burn book? I guess it's a list of people they didn't like. I've never had any friends that talked about cash and 400. Listen, that's a lot of money. Throughout the course of 4 months, I have reviewed and or watched thousands of videos, snaps, social media. Okay. Reckless behavior, mean or angry bullying. We know that. Shirilla, who lived with Dominic for several months leading up to the death of Russo and Flanagan, lived as an adult who cared first and foremost about herself. It says, in addition to these charges, my investigation provides enough probable cause to identify Shirilla as an adult leading a reckless adult lifestyle, which was largely known and ignored by her parents. Here's pictures, the front and back of what they retrieved from the vehicle. Cartridge. More pictures, evidence pictures. Jeez. That's kind of a lot. And they had a whole ass Puffco with them. This is a Puffco right here. It's like a bong, I guess. Okay, we're done with that one. Now let's get to the next investigative report, which will be even more wild. I already know, because I've already kind of been. Please make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Please, please, please. Let me see if I have any clips I need to share before we move on to the next. This is the report by Detective Hazu, and this one talks about a lot of stuff, including Mackenzie's mental health. Let me see if I have, I know there was another clip I wanted to show you guys, but I might be able to wait. You guys might not like some of these clips, okay? Oh yeah, I hadn't watched this, let's watch this body cam of Natalie from the hospital. I had seen this, but not in its entirety. Please make sure you guys, where's she getting the carts and the live resin? Steven. She doesn't even go here because most dealer carries their stash. Why haven't parents been charged? Question mark, question mark? You guys, we can't say that we want some parents to be charged in some cases and then not the others in a different case just because we feel some type of way. Like, if we're going to say that parents should be held accountable for AKA shooters and all of that, should it be the same all across the board in all cases? Therefore, yeah, it's true. Like, we can't selectively be like, oh, in this case, we want the parents to be charged. And then in another case, be like, oh, wait, charge Kenzie's parents, but don't involve Dom's. Like, I get it. I get it. I get where we stand. But like at the same time, like, fine. Then yeah, I mean, if they're going to charge the parents across the board, charge them across the board. Be fair. Be fair, be the same all across the board. I grew up in a home where I had two sisters and everything was fair all across the board. Bless his heart, my dad, he and my mom, they struggled, I'm sure. But it was always equal, and I think it should be equal too in the law. There was a lot of things going on here. Minors, rugs, relationships, toxic abuse, DV. I mean, the list. The standard should apply to everyone equally. I know, but a lot of people don't want to hear that. A lot of people don't want to hear that. It doesn't mean I'm defending one side or the other. No, more than the other. I'm just saying. Let's watch this body cam while I get another drink. This is Natalie in the hospital. We have seen this from the documentary, but I hadn't seen, I think, part of this.
What did they tell you? Nothing. Okay, she was life flighted here.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that.
Okay. No. You want to sit down?
Oh my God.
Wait, say this. Progress now, get a car into a building. 2 are deceased in the vehicle. Daughter's driving.
Who died?
I don't know whether, but there's one that we don't know. His name's Jacob. Does anyone know a Jacob?
Dom?
No, stop. Let him talk.
Guys, I know we've been dealing with this. Your daughter's okay. She's talking to us. I talked to her. Okay, your daughter's alive. Okay, your daughter's alive. She was driving the vehicle. Okay.
Who's that? Jacob and who?
I think. What's the name you said?
Dom?
Might be.
Oh my God.
Stop.
What's his relation to you?
My boyfriend.
Okay. Yeah, then Dom was in the car.
Stop. Oh my God. What? Are you kidding me?
Ma'am, it's
What?
that's where we're at right now. Okay.
What did she say? What happened?
It's right now. It's an ongoing investigation. Speed is definitely a factor. So are drugs.
Oh my God.
So do you guys know anyone named Jacob? Anyone? Okay.
I don't know him. I've heard the name before.
Okay.
The Jacob thing really confuses me, especially after finding out that she has a cousin named Jacob. Because if she was unconscious, why would she remember Jacob? Why would she remember Dom and Davion? Why would she remember the address, etc.? But if she was unconscious, like, why would she remember Jacob too? You see what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck is Jacob? How do you get Jacob from Davion or Dom? They're both D's. But according to the jail call, there's a Jacob, I think that's a cousin.
Do you know his name?
Maybe just really like an
I
accident. I don't know.
Okay. 'Cause we don't know his name either.
Cut a nephew, Jacob, but they don't.
How old's that Jacob? Okay.
Oh, they bring it up here. Oh, okay. See, we didn't see the full of this in the documentary.
Before.
Okay. Do you know his name? No one knows his name. Okay. 'Cause we don't know his name either.
Cut a nephew, Jacob, but they don't.
How old's that Jacob? Okay.
21. He's real tall.
Really tall. Red hair.
Jacob wouldn't have been with her.
So, okay, they just clarified that it is a cousin. She corrected the ambulance 3 times on Davion's name. The guy made a mistake? Okay. I just thought that was interesting.
He wouldn't have been with her. It's the one that was
Wait,
staying at Dom's
Dom
house.
is dead? Dom is dead? Dom is dead? Is that what you're saying to me? Look at me. Is that Dom is dead?
There's no way for me to say anything right now, man.
Dom,
This is a serious situation.
Dom with curly hair. I thought the same Dom. Maybe it's a different Dom. It could be a different Dom. Might be a different Dom. Could be a different Dom. Is there a last name?
Turn your radio down, 5-1. Turn your radio down. 5-7 radio.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 minute, sir. Can you give me the name of the known male that was in the vehicle? Or his first name?
first passenger was Davion. Not sure if you're with the driver's father, but he did just call from our waiting room. He was requesting to speak with an officer.
Yeah, I'm with them now. Davion?
I don't know.
Davion.
Okay.
That's all I know. Okay?
Yeah.
Davion. That's all I know. Okay? All I know is his name is Davion.
Davion.
That's all I know.
Davion and Jacob? Or Jacob and or Don and
Davion and Jacob. That's all I know.
Don is not Davion. Oh my God. There is
It would be nice for the police to get the names right before they go telling families, right?
See that?
and there's a Jacob. Oh, no, I don't know a Jacob. I don't know a Jacob. I've heard of Jacob, but
What did the social worker tell you guys? Anything else? Okay. Daughter's alive, okay? She's gonna be okay. That's what's most important here, okay? What's that?
She know about their third.
No, I left. We're gonna keep it that way for, okay, she's getting worked on now, okay? That's all I know. I'm just telling you what I know, okay?
Look at Natalie in the background.
I've met you before, okay? You hold this for me. Thanks.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know. So we just can't say anything.
I met you once. I think I met you before. Someone was following her. She hit a car. Sheets, right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I met you guys
Well,
before.
no, she didn't end up hitting it. So we-
I know, right. We got to the bottom of that, okay?
So this is the same cop that was involved with her hit and run videos, which I do have pulled up because I was thinking we could review those. Or not a hit and run. When she reported the guy harassing her. My bad, not a hit and run.
Oh my God. This is, she doesn't know. Oh my God.
Babe, what'd they tell you?
Nothing.
Okay. Shoot.
Okay. Let's go. I just wanted to share that because I hadn't watched. I know the documentary doesn't play like the whole entire clip. But I did want to make sure we watch that out. Let's move on. That's crazy being the same cop, but it's probably a small town. Is it? Is that what it is? I don't know. Let's move on to this report because this one has a lot of information. This is from the main detective, Detective Hazu. This will give us a lot of questions. Okay, so we know the ammo wasn't included. We know in the report, well, they were in the reports, but we don't know what happened with that. And then we know that some of the nude stuff we didn't know about. And we know that Rosie drove by allegedly at 6:00 a.m., either the crash site or the road. Let's get into this. So this is from Detective Zaki Hazu. Says, we received a 911 call reporting a vehicle run into the business at the intersection of Alameda Drive and Progress Drive. The caller did not stop and was no longer in the area upon officers' arrival. Strongsville police and fire personnel were dispatched. The first to arrive, Galassi reported a vehicle split in half. 3 occupants were reportedly unconscious. While attempting to gain entry into the vehicle, Galassi noticed the unconscious driver, a female later identified as Mackenzie Ford Shirilla, was breathing. Responding officers gained access into the Toyota Camry, which was bearing a Ohio registration. Okay. Shirilla was sitting in the driver's seat with her seatbelt on and her head wedged in an area close to the center console, thus trapping her. I have questions. So she ducked and was under? Is that what we're thinking here? Why didn't she get subpoenaed? Detective threatened it. I have one that I was gonna cover in the members only with the new girl, that's speaking out. I take what they say with a grain of salt though, because like we don't know if they're telling the people will do anything for clout too. Don't forget that. I've learned that the hard way here on YouTube. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Oh no, you're good. I did see it though. I do want to cover it. Where did we get she was under the dashboard? Exactly, McBlonland, because here it's not saying she was under the dashboard. The center console is different than the dashboard, isn't it? Thank you. Because that makes me think that maybe someone did try to stop her and she was being pulled in that direction or leaning in that direction for some reason. It was in the body cam that we all watched with you, Melly. Yeah. Strongsville Fire, but I don't trust it now. I have trust issues with the body cam in the police department because why are you going to go up here and bring up all this stuff about shrooms and rugs and this and that and boob pics, but you're going to leave out the ammo part, which is an important part because then you have the family members like Steve Shirilla saying that Dom had guns, la 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 la. Okay, well, could that have played a role into this? Maybe. I mean, we don't know why they were leaving at 5 a.m. in the morning. It could have been that they were going to sell to someone. We don't know. Like, really. And the fact that they didn't include that, it's only in the police report, but it got thrown out or not, or maybe like I don't know if there's specific information in a bench trial that a judge they pick what the judge sees or what, but the ammo was in the document. Yeah, but it wasn't anything else. It matters. It does matter. That's a big deal, especially when you're not supposed to have it on you. If anyone was chasing them, anything, wouldn't it show in that cam? We don't have all the cameras, though. Who would be chasing them? They are fighting for the phone. Maybe. Strongsville Fire Police Department arrived shortly thereafter and mechanically extricated Mackenzie and rear passenger Davion. The front passenger, Dominic Russo, was deceased and was not removed from the vehicle by the medics. It was initially reported by SFD that Flanagan had a weak pulse, but this was not the case according to their report. So it was initially reported he had a weak pulse. We heard that in the body cam, but then it was reported that he didn't have a weak pulse. And that's why they canceled the life flight. I thought that even if they thought someone had a weak pulse, it was their due diligence to try to save that person and still get him into the hospital or whatnot. Is that not right anymore? Today's the first time I've heard anything about ammo. It's irrelevant to the crash, but it's not irrelevant to the situation at hand of what was going on here, if we want to be realistic with Dom and Mackenzie. I think she ducked where the engine is, knowing that would take most of the impact. So she had time to go 100 miles per hour and duck? If they had the pulse, they would have used the life flight. How though? Says Daria. Thank you, J. Lou, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. It matters. It still matters. Conduct right before impact. No, I guess. I don't know. 100 miles per hour. Have your foot on the gas and duck. I mean, that's some talent. If she ducked and it was all planned, I'm not sure someone would have the decision making skills in 5 seconds. Listen, I don't think 5 seconds is enough for anyone to do anything. I don't know though. And it seems it's telling us right here that there's contradictory information. It was initially reported that he had a weak pulse. This was not the case according to the report. We saw it in the body cam that he had a weak pulse. I would just like them to be all across the board correct with the information or the same. I don't think they were being chased. I guess. Mackenzie, 17, was extricated out of the driver's seat. When asked what her name was, she responded Mackenzie. She was loaded into the Berea FD ambulance, which transported her to the life flight that had landed in the parking lot of Progress Drive. While en route, Captain Brett Stanislaw located a clear plastic bag, okay, and a digital scale on her person. That is honestly random. Like, she had a scale, like, on her person? She tried to hide the shrooms in the scale? Like, that seems weird. I don't A scale is not, like, something you can just shove in your bra. You know what I mean? That's interesting. Or maybe the items were handed to Valco, who was present inside the ambulance and captured the items on his body-worn camera. She was then flown to Metro Medical. Okay. The medical examiner took custody of Flanagan and Russo's remains. I emailed David from the IP requesting video footage tracking the vehicle. I emailed Cuyahoga Medical Examiner's office requesting the autopsy reports for the victims. Detective Glover and I dropped off at the shrooms at the lab. Okay. I received a voicemail from Chuck. He works at Lincoln Move-In Storage. Derek told me security cameras captured a black Toyota traveling westbound on Progress Drive at a higher rate of speed than he normally sees. I requested a copy of the 8-second video. The video was subsequently obtained by Detective Vanek later that day. The undated and untimed video shows a vehicle traveling westbound at a high rate of speed. Undated and untimed video. The surveillance camera is mounted on the southwest corner of the building. The video is digitally preserved. Lincoln Moving, which is also called Parma Moving, is located approximately 4 businesses each of the crash scene on the north side of the street. Here's a picture of that. Mackenzie hospital visit number 1. Detective Glover and I arrived at the ICU at Metro Health Medical Center. The sole survivor who was operating the vehicle, Mackenzie Ford Shirilla, was in room 571. Upon our entry, Mackenzie was awake and alert. Her neck was in a brace, her right arm and both her legs were bandaged up. At her bedside was Natalie Shirilla. Both appeared tired and cried several times during our conversation. After introducing ourselves, I provided Natalie my business card with the report number. I explained to her that once Mackenzie is discharged from ICU, I would be interested in interviewing her. Natalie mentioned that her husband told her not to say anything until they have legal representation. I encouraged her to pass my contact information along to her attorney. We agreed that I will call her next week to check on Mackenzie's status. Natalie expressed concern about the public's reaction on social media. She also mentioned that she had heard from Dominic Russo's family. She expressed sadness about the loss of Dominic and Davion. Mackenzie was barely able to speak. She asked to see photos of her vehicle. I told her once she is discharged, we can arrange for her to see them. She mentioned that she had left her friend Rosie's house prior to the crash. But wait, pause. Didn't she leave Paul's house? Now, was this just like a mistake or what? Or maybe not. And that's why Rosie was back at the scene at 6 o'clock. Rosie's house? I thought they were at Paul's house. Because remember, Paul was on shrooms upstairs, passed out, which I don't find that to be true. So Rosie's house would lead me to believe that perhaps Rosie did have something to do with this. And that's why she showed up at 6 a.m. and goes on a Netflix documentary and makes herself look like a dumbass, respectfully. I do not like Rosie. And I don't like how she went up there and she's like, yeah, it was too late to take shrooms. Doesn't matter, dude. You would have taken them anyway. You were taking them on July 14th and July 15th. Like, bitch, you don't care what time you take them at. Don't even play with someone who used to party. I used to be the biggest partier. That's actually where my name on here comes from. People at the parties used to call me that one girl. That one party girl. That one crazy girl. Rosie, you aren't looking too good. No. But what is this? Rosie's house? Good times. Bad times too. Before she could finish, Natalie interjected and ended the conversation. There we go. Miss Natalie Shirilla there again, stepping in. Dom was an adult. We know that, yeah. So were you at Rosie's house or were you at Paul's house? I did not audio or video record this meeting due to privacy concerns given the sensitive nature of the location because it was a hospital. During the conversation, Natalie asked about Mackenzie's cell phone. I explained to her it was currently in evidence. Natalie asked about Mackenzie's, Natalie wanted to know why I was holding onto her daughter's phone. I explained that I had reason to believe it contained digital evidence that could help me piece together the events leading up to the crash. I further made her aware that I would be seeking judicial approval to collect the necessary data. So search warrant. I have questions about that. Why would she think she's leaving Rosie's house? Oh, it's a still impact a week later from the crash? No. Because this was way later that he went back there. At my request, Detective Vanek, who is also an evidence technician, responded to Progress Drive in Alameda to photograph the scene. One of the photos capturing the intersection showed the passenger side tire track directly oriented towards the Plidco sign and the southeastern corner of the building to the east. All photos were uploaded to the network folder after Detective Vanek completed a supplemental report. Okay, so like here is where someone tried to go right. When you see it this close up. Interesting. I might just physically have to visit Progress Drive myself. I received an email from IT technician Joe Thompson. He was able to find a video from the city camera mounted on the intersection of Pearl Road and Progress Drive. The video showed a dark-colored sedan turning westbound onto Progress Drive from Pearl Road around 5:34 a.m. The vehicle slowed down, activated its passenger side turn signal, and maintained its lane of travel as it entered the intersection and turned slowly and safely onto Progress Drive. A glow was visible through the driver's side window. Oh my goodness. We have been talking about what is that in the car. It wasn't just us seeing that, remember? We're like, oh, it's a reflection. No, it's not. No, it's not. And who went and removed that tablet out of that car? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And if you guys knew the stuff I found yesterday, oh, I can't breathe. I need mouth to mouth. Wow. I haven't read this in a couple of months. It changes things. It does. Because were they fighting over what was on that iPod or tablet or whatever they're called now? Where's that picture? Let me pull it up. I have it. Oh, hell no. This changes things all across the board. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, ooh. And who's having that information sealed or kept out? Ooh, questions, questiones, questiones. Where's my picture of the car? Oh, respectfully, I have nothing else to say anymore. I'm done. I know I took a picture. Didn't I show you guys a picture of that? I have so many documents. I'm getting overwhelmed here. I'm getting overwhelmed. Where is it? I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. So it's true. We're not crazy conspiracy freaks. I might be, but why don't I have that picture saved on my desktop? Okay, here we go. Car light. Oh, what digital, or maybe it was Dom's other phone that we didn't have full access to. Period. Period. I'm freaking out. Holy balls. It's in the fucking police report. Creatively Inspired says, I love your channel. You do amazing coverage. Thank you, Creatively. We're happy you're here. It could have been, I don't know, iPad, tablet, phone, one of the sort. We know one phone didn't get fully subpoenaed. Don't hate me just because the reflection is too small to be a phone. Yeah, that looks like, what is that? But you know what? I reviewed the body cam footage this morning and I noticed something too. Could that have been a laptop? Because in the body cam footage, we can review it after this just to see. I thought there was a laptop sleeve in the backpack. And if it's not mentioned in this report, someone is not reporting things correctly, ethically, or vice versa. Someone's getting shit wrong and shouldn't be documenting this stuff and should not be in the position to write up supplemental reports because these matter. These reports matter. Someone took it or it got destroyed. Wow. So when we noticed that, we weren't crazy because the police noticed it as well. That's why it's in the police report. Whoa, it turns on before they turn. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. A glow was visible through the driver's side window, presumably from a digital device. Could it maybe have been an alert that she got, and that's how they pulled it out of her bag or whatever? Maybe someone sent Kenzie an alert and it had to do with her stuff that she was doing. Interesting. Dr. Glover submitted preservation letters to Snapchat, the company of Instagram. Okay. Ooh. I have a lot of questions for Strongsville PD or Detective Hazu. Like, what's this, Kenzie? Yeah, exactly. Or vice versa. Yeah. Dom texting with another girl is why she floored it. That's my belief, says Lakeside. You know, I guess if we're being fair, it could go both ways, right? We don't know what's on there, but we know that the police noticed it as well. Interesting how that's not brought up in any of the documentaries. Detective Mason emailed me about a phone call he placed to OSP. He requested assistance from OSP in downloading contents of the EDR, commonly known as a black box, from the Toyota pending the approval of the search warrant application. Detective Mason will follow up on the matter upon hearing back from the head of the reconstruction team. A copy of the email is enclosed. I emailed Costco PD copy of Galassi's report. I received a call from Cuyahoga County APA, Sarah Hutnick. APA Hutnick told me she was tasked with assisting me in preparing the search warrants. She emailed me the template used by the Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas. I emailed Sarah the following search warrants to proofread and review: Mackenzie's medical records, Mackenzie's cell phone, Instagram, Snapchat. I'm sorry, where's Dom's phone in here? Like, why isn't all information all people's should be, even Rosie's? I don't get it. I don't get it. If they thought someone was fighting in that car and that's the reason for this crash and that she's 100% responsible, why isn't it takes two to start an argument, not just one person? Respectfully. Statement from Kelly. Kelly came to the police station accompanied by her mother to provide information pertaining to the crash. I gave Kelly a blank statement form and asked her to fill her out. I told her I would call her later to schedule an interview. We're going to read this statement here too. In her statement, Kelly, who resides at 3011 Russell Avenue in Parma, wrote that Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion stopped by at her graduation party on July 30th, 2022 between 2200 and 22:15 hours and remained approximately for 20 to 25 minutes. So that's 10 p.m. So they went to her house before they went to Paul's. That is not always the case with what? Mhm. Yeah. The text between R and M verify this. Interesting. So they were at another house before Paul's. They only stayed for 20 to 25 minutes. According to Kelly, Mackenzie asked her if she tripped, which Kelly believed meant quote unquote do acid. Kelly said no. Shortly thereafter, Kelly said she overheard Mackenzie ask Dominic if they should do acid that night. Although Kelly said she did not hear Dominic's reply, she heard the three of them talk about going to some guy named Mark. This I wanted to point out earlier because who is Mark? And is Mark maybe someone Kenzie was? Who is Mark? We've never heard Mark come up in the text messages. Who is Mark? Let me know. Where did I miss this? And did Mark get questioned? And where's that police report? Is there a Mark? I mean, some guy named Mark who lived on near the location of the crash. So a guy named Mark who lived near the location of the crash, Kenzie and them were supposed to hang out with them. Could that have been where they're going that morning? Or maybe Mark knows something? Kelly mentioned in her statement that as the three of them got up to leave, she asked Mackenzie who was driving. Mackenzie said she was. Kelly further added that the three of them had a weed pen and a bottle of alcohol. Who drank that bottle of alcohol too? Because according to Rosie, they only smoked. Then why are we just hearing about this now? I mean, I would like to know why they did or didn't go to Mark's and who is Mark and why this is the only time we hear about it. She was unsure who was in actual possession of the items. Kelly confirmed that none of them consumed any alcohol beverages while at her party. Upon leaving her house, she described them as fine and no problem between the three of them at all. Hmm. Was alcohol the substance they mentioned at the crash? You would think that would be important, right? Or did they drink it at Paul's? Yeah, none of them drank, but where's that bottle? Detective Glover sent a preservation letter to the application 360 for Davion's account. Life 360 is a social media GPS application whereby the account holder can enable others to track their movement. What I'm saying is that if others drink and we don't have the reports of that, It does matter because drinking makes you act like not yourself. We know that. People fight and argue and get crazy on alcohol. So shortly after the crash, Deanna, the mother of Mackenzie's ex-boyfriend David, which is Tyler, emailed Patrol Galassi a screenshot from Davion's 360 application. The screenshot displayed Davion's drive details starting at 5:30 until 05:36. The map shows the destination as the final rest location at the vehicle at 11792 Alameda Drive. According to the photo, the top speed was 90 miles per hour, one high-speed indicator, and one hard braking indicator. Wait, I thought the brakes were never pushed, though. One hard braking indicator. Is that not what that means? One high-speed indicator and one hard braking indicator. Let's ask ChatGPT something. Yes, a hard braking indicator or an event means the brake pedal was pushed forcefully and abruptly. The brakes were stepped on hard. Those lights in the video. Yeah. Once you add this to what I found out yesterday, I think you guys would have a different opinion, but I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. Patience is a virtue. Hard braking indicator. Let's move on. APA Sarah Hutnick and I agreed to meet in person. Okay. I spoke with APA Joanna Winery, the juvenile court charging prosecutor. I briefed her on the case and the information I had. Sergeant Nip called to let me know Mackenzie's mother, Natalie Shirilla, called the station requesting access to her daughter's cell phone. She specifically wanted to access the social media application Snapchat to retrieve a passcode. I told Sergeant Nip that the phone was a material piece of evidence and that it will not be released until I apply for a search warrant, at which time was under review. Okay, that makes Natalie look a little Why did they say she didn't break? This is from the main detective, okay? So if Detective Hazu made a mistake, this should have been corrected. And if it's a Toyota safety feature, then we should see that in this report as well. So it is what it is. There was a brake indicator, meaning that they did push on the brake forcefully and rapidly and abruptly. This is a investigation statement from Detective Hazu. Sergeant Velna called me to let me know about two people who came to the police station to provide information about the crash. So this is Tyler. Tyler's friends with Davion on social media GPS platform Life 360. I don't know I'll have to check if I received it. Tyler provided a written statement in which detailed the whereabouts of Davion starting at 23:30 hours on July 30th until the time of the crash. The information was supposedly obtained from the application itself. Tyler began his statement by writing, "All of his information comes from Life 360. Screenshots provided by Croy are digitally attached. The following is an outline based on Tyler's statement." Yeah. Um, there was a glow. They know there was a glow. Oh yeah, Sane, I got your email. I need to know your source though. Or is that just you? Ooh, I don't know if I'll be able to pull this up on my lappy. Um, hmm. Okay. We already know that the brake was pressed early on the road. So then it's true. It's not true that she didn't press it and she didn't try. She did try. So Kenzie did try, right? That's what that means. Because Dom wasn't found in the driver's seat and his shoe wasn't on the brake or the gas. Okay, let's continue. Left area at 201 Loon Road. Davion's phone is turned on. Speed recorded 42 miles per hour. Arrived at 9392. Okay. Left after spending 6 hours there. Traveled normally from Whitney Road to Pearl Road when they turned onto Progress Drive. Life 360 indicated Davion used his phone while the vehicle was still on Progress Drive. Life 360 recorded the vehicle experiencing hard braking well after it was off the road and after it passed the sign at the end of the street, only a few feet after the app indicated a high speed of 90. Yeah, saying I'm trying to open the pictures that you sent me. It's like not working for some reason. Well, after it was off the road. So she did brake. There was hard braking before the impact. It passed the sign at the end of the street only a few feet after the indicated high speed of 90 miles per hour. So it wasn't after the impact. The application indicated movement towards Strongsville Police Station. The application indicated that the phone had arrived at SPD. A statement from Houston. We've heard a lot about Houston. Yeah. Yeah, I would go based off of, I heard Davion was on Dom's lap. Like, how were they found in the car? Did they ever tell? That's how they were found. Yeah. Husney says the statement contained speculation and opinion. He mentioned a party on Whitney Road where Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion were at took place at the house of Paul. Husney indicated that Dom and Mackenzie were dating and fought all the time. Husney speculated that Dominic and Mackenzie were fighting before the crash. Husney further added that he believed Davion was a victim and that rumors that Mackenzie and Dom were on drugs. I'm just curious where like those rumors come from. Like who said they were going to do LSD that night, remember? Because this isn't the first time we hear about it. It's tracking the phone movement. Yeah, I'm assuming from the police probably taking it to maybe the airbags went off and they messed her up and hit the wrong pedal. I don't know. Slipper got stuck. It's all crazy. That's what I'm saying is if we don't know for sure, we don't know for sure. August 3rd, Natalie Shirilla left me a voicemail requesting a call back. She stated she needed to access one of her daughter's social media accounts to obtain a passcode. Natalie had made multiple calls to the police department, including a call to Detective Sergeant Kravitas, who explained to her the phone was logged as evidence. Why? Natalie really wanted to get into that Snapchat. Natalie. Nope, the experts said it caved around the slipper. That's true. APA Sarah emailed me back the medical records search warrant. I called Natalie, left her a voicemail. Sergeant Volna emailed me multiple screenshots that Tyler Croy had emailed him. The screenshot supported the written statement Croy provided the previous day. All photos were preserved in the witness folder under Croy's name. Okay, let me see, because Austin sent some pictures, but I'm trying to, I don't know why it won't let me open them of that I think are a better view of the car. I do want to see them. That is interesting. Okay, once I get it, I'll go through it. Natalie should have left me another voicemail. I met Sarah Hutnick at her office at the Justice Center. Judge John Russo signed the search warrants. Toyota EDR, Mackenzie's medical record, Mackenzie's cell phone. Mackenzie's cell phone passcode. Once back at my desk, I called Natalie Shirilla. It was apparent that she was at the hospital with Mackenzie. I could hear Mackenzie in the background. Natalie inquired about Mackenzie's cell phone. I explained to her that a county judge had signed a search warrant for Mackenzie's cell phone, which allowed me to gain access to it. Natalie wanted to know how soon she could get the phone back. I told Natalie that if Mackenzie were to voluntarily provide me with her cell phone's passcode, I could access it, download the data pursuant to the search warrant, and return the phone to her the same day. I further added that my other option would be to turn the phone over to an IT professional to bypass the password, and that I would not be able to provide her with a timeline to return the phone. Natalie placed me on hold while she consulted with Mackenzie. Interesting. Moments later, Natalie returned and I heard Mackenzie in the background dictating her mother the passcode. Natalie told me that Mackenzie's cell phone passcode was 1949. Prior to hanging up, I told Natalie that I will hand deliver the cell phone with the passcode to our IT technician and call her at a later time to arrange for returning the phone. I turned the phone to the passcode over to IT director for City of Strongsville, gave him a search warrant. Christine Russo, Dominic's mother, called me. She wanted to know if we had custody of her son's car key and his necklace. I called her back and told her that we did, in fact, have a key fob for the Cadillac. The key fob was recovered at the crash scene. I checked the Cadillac key fob at a property, and shortly thereafter, I returned the key fob to Christine. She signed a property release form for which I enclosed in this jacket. The Cadillac was not involved in this investigation. I called Tyler to schedule an interview, and they did that. Search warrant, Metro Health medical records. The Life 360 was also an issue in the Karen Reed trial. Yeah, it was. Fancy pants. It was. Would you trust Life 360? How do you know if the car braked? I wouldn't trust it. I'd assumed it thought braked upon hitting the sign because you can trust the Life 360 as much as you can trust GPS. They don't get everything right. Sometimes they lead you down another route. Okay, I have some pictures. Okay, yeah. Let's look at these. These are some of the device in the 1, 2. Okay, let's look at these. Let's take a pause from this report. I trust the EDR over Life 360, says Christy. Yeah, if it was a car safety feature, I would need a report from Toyota proving that, not just these detectives. So they should have that report in the EDR, I think. Okay, let's look at this. These are a little bit of better pictures. Yeah, that looks like something to me. Definitely not a reflection. That's wild. Thanks, Alsane, for sending these over. I don't know. I don't know what that could be. There definitely is something going on, though, at least in my opinion. Laptop AF, right? Maybe him and Davion were working on beats or something. It looks like he's pointing a laptop screen at her. That's what I see too. I do. I know we all interpret things differently, but here's another one. I swear I saw body cam today. I was reviewing the body cam for this that we have already reviewed, and I swear there was a laptop sleeve in that body cam. I'm gonna pull it up after this report. I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing things, but I could swear there was like a white or beige like laptop sleeve. You know those cases that are like not the hard ones, but the soft ones, like the cloth ones. I don't know what they're called. I guess like a laptop case. I'm sure there's an appropriate word for it, but that you like zip up. You zip the laptop in there and stuff. I thought I saw one of those at the crash site. You can see Davion on his phone. Yeah, you can. That's wild, right? You totally can. Did you guys see that? I know some of us caught it, but I see stars. Here, you can see here, you can see in the background. Look right here. Davion's on his phone in the back. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? Do you see right here? Something up here, and then Davion back here on his phone. So he wasn't sleeping. Didn't one of the detectives in the documentary say that he could have possibly been sleeping? No, he wasn't, according to Life 360 in this picture. Or was that just someone that assumed he was sleeping? I can't remember if that was actually in the documentary or just comments. Why would they have a laptop in the front seat open? She's leaning over. Yeah, which would make sense with her being in the center console, right? According to the report. Not underneath the dashboard. That's what they're saying in the documentary and such. But in this report from Detective Hazoo, who was a main detective, says that. That's wild. Okay, let's go back to there. That's actually wild now that we're looking at it. You can see the back of her shirt. Oh my God, I didn't see that. You guys see that? Let me pull it up again because I didn't see that. We're little investigators here today. Okay, let me go back to the pictures. Okay, so Green says she sees a shirt. I don't know that I can tell that. I can see on this turn, I can see the laptop or whatever it is, and then Davion's phone. I can't really make anything else out though. Can you guys? The dashboard goes all the way across the car. The center console is different. That's why I'm saying, why is it two different things? Why are they saying two different things? So she was like this. Her lower half was like underneath the dash, and then her head and her arms like this. She was like sprawled like this. So then she was leaning over. But you can see the glow right here is through the driver. You can see it through both the driver's side and the windshield. Because the windshield would be right here. This is the driver. Because you can even tell from the first photo that it's the windshield because you don't see right here. You don't see Davion's phone. So this is like from the windshield. Yeah, see like right here, I think is through the windshield. And then this next picture, when it's through the driver's side, you can see the full side, which is Davion on his phone. Could be a street light. It could be, but why didn't they say that in this report? You would think Detective Hazoo, the main detective on here, would dot all his I's, cross all his T's. I would expect that to be noted here, like, oh, we thought it was a glow and we verified that it wasn't, that it was a light from this stoplight at la la la, la la la. Like they have that information. I don't know why that would be so hard to do. I think she was found in the position she was because at the last second, but hold on. The position she was isn't even, we can't even say that we know because Kenzie was in that car for 40 minutes before medics arrived. Yeah, she couldn't move. We don't know that. I mean, I'm just saying. She also said she didn't remember anything, but remembered everything. Her address, their name. Head down towards Dom, not Davian. Yeah. Could be Amir. Could be. Why would they argue in front of Davion, though? If either of them found something on the laptop, why wouldn't they just argue at home? I don't think that's weird. I wouldn't be surprised to see that people saw them arguing. I mean, look at the text messages, which will be resuming probably tomorrow. Let's continue. I'm documenting though. I arrived at this is the Metro Health Medical Records. I arrived at the Medical Records Department at Metro Health Medical Center and served a copy of the search warrant. Okay. This is Mackenzie Hospital visit number 2. I arrived at section 7A from 7:15 at Metro Health where Mackenzie was receiving treatment. Upon knocking on the door, I was invited in by her mother, Natalie. Inside the room were 2 unidentified female friends of Mackenzie and her father, Steve. Wait, what? Inside the room were 2 unidentified female friends of Mackenzie and her father, Steve. What female friends? As the 2 guests left the room, a doctor, not that it matters that much, but I guess I'd just be curious. A doctor came in to check on Mackenzie. While I filled out the property release form, I overheard an exchange between Mackenzie and the physician whereby Mackenzie refused to take a shot that would have helped her with pain. At that time, she and her father got into an argument and she kicked him out of the room after directing expletives at him. I left the room to wait for the physician to leave. Wait, what date is this? August 4th. So there was that incident where the police showed up. This is a different date. I did a video on that. What date did I put on it? Let's go back. The police call from the video that I posted was August 6th. So this is August 4th. So Kenzie was already being aggressive with Steve on August 4th. And then on August 6th, the hospital actually called law enforcement. She was just insane. What are Steve and Kenzie arguing so much about after such a fatal crash? I'm not surprised. Maybe she didn't want pain meds because she knew she'd talk. She refused pain meds. Odd. Yeah, it is. I thought that was odd too. And one of her and Dom's text messages a few days before the crash, she was irritated arguing with Dom about Davion being there. Remember, she also said that Davion unfriended her. If you guys remember, that was a thing too. Remember, she was texting Dom something like, "Why did he block me or unfriend me?" Davion did that, according to Kenzie's text. She hates her dad for some reason. Steve Shirilla. While outside, I motioned for Natalie and Steve to follow me. Once in the hallway, I explained to them that I was about to return Natalie's cell phone, an orange Michael Kors backpack, $165 in cash and clothes that were recovered from the crash scene. It is worth to note that immediately after the crash, SPD officers located a clear plastic bag containing a green leafy substance that resembled and smelled like raw you-know-what, with you-know-what inside the orange bag. While talking to the parents, Mackenzie started to yell at us not to talk without her being present. Oh. Kenzie didn't want her parents to talk unless she was present. Why? Because they knew the truth? I think they know the truth. That's just my opinion. You don't have to agree. I think that Stephen, Natalie know the truth. This is the detective, the main detective on this case. Kenzie doesn't have anyone but her parents. Think about it, other than Dom. I mean, I don't know. Prior to returning to the room, Steve informed me, on the advice of his attorney, he was going to audio record my conversation with his daughter. I told him I was going to record using my body issued camera. The three of us returned to the room. Mackenzie was conscious and alert. She asked that I place money in her bag, referring to the orange backpack I brought with me. I counted the money, $165, in front of her parents. Mackenzie told her parents to put the money in my bag. Natalie signed the property release form. Afterward, I handed Mackenzie's parents a copy of the warrant and inventory receipt. I explained to all three the details of the search warrant and the basic nature of the investigation. Steve asked about surveillance video from the crash itself. I also informed them that SPD will be downloading the data from the Toyota's EDR pursuant to another search warrant. Natalie then inquired about the location of the Toyota. At some point, Mackenzie interrupted and addressed her mom in a language that I did not understand. Her mother replied, "You can," indicating that she understood what Mackenzie had said. Mackenzie then turned to me and stated, "Take my license away for like 10 years or something like that." Steve then abruptly said, "My daughter was living with Dom at his house. He wanted her property retrieved from the Russo residence." I explained to them that upon her discharge, we can arrange an escort with help from a uniformed officer and in coordination with Christine Russo. Before I left, I asked if they had any other questions. Natalie wanted to know why the county would be involved if the families of the deceased did not want to pursue charges. I gave Steve another one of my cards and with the report number and asked him to pass it along to his attorney. Tyler emailed me back. He said the party Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion were at prior to the crash was Paul's house. Here's a picture of the slipper. Oh, I went too far. August 5th, search warrant, EDR. Detective Mason, Detective Bannock, firefighters from Strongsville Fire Engine 3, and Sergeant Fox of the Ohio Patrol Reconstruction Team executed the search warrant for the Toyota's EDR. Detective Bannock drew my attention to the fact that a white Prada flip-flop that belongs on a right foot was found stuck on the gas pedal. The left flip-flop was found in the trunk and covered with dirt. Why is one flip-flop in the trunk? It was placed there by fire medics or the tow driver who placed the debris from the crash scene in the trunk. Oh. That's interesting. Mary provided us a thumbnail drive that contained video surveillance of the crash from different viewpoints. The videos were added to the surveillance tab under test oil. Okay, that's the video that we have that we just watched of the crash. Mary provided 10 total video clips varying in duration. Footage from the south side of the building and the west side captured the Toyota's approach and the impact with the building. The west side camera did not audio record. The south side camera recorded both audio and video. The following is a breakdown of the south side video. The vehicle can be heard approaching at a high rate of speed at 5:39. The vehicle appears on the screen and can be seen at a high rate of speed. 5:39 again. The rear brake lights are illuminated as the vehicle crashes into the sign. The brake lights are illuminated. Before veering slight right where it impacted the building. So the brake lights were illuminated before it impacted the building. And it's in here. No braking, braking. I'm sorry. Didn't they say that she didn't brake at all? People have been calling me crazy for seeing that. And we know it wasn't slight right. According to the EDR report, that was a sharp right turn. I think if I'm not mistaken, 145 angle change. Doesn't mean she did. Hmm. Okay, let's continue. I received a call from APA Tim Troop. After introducing himself, he explained he was assigned this case. I called Christine Russo to let her know that during the execution of search warrant on the Toyota, SPDs located a gold chain and a damaged iPhone. Russo arrived at the station shortly after and collected the chain. I had her sign a property release tag, which I enclosed. The phone was entered into property. Russo had requested this chain because she wanted it around her son's neck prior to his burial. I called Deanna to follow up with her since she had been contacting Patrol Galassi. She identified her son as Tyler, which is Mackenzie's ex-boyfriend. Deanna was concerned because she believed Mackenzie had threatened to kill herself and Dominic in the past. Deanna's statement at the time of the call could not be substantiated. She encouraged me to contact her son as he might have more information. Furthermore, Deanna emailed me and patient Galassi screenshots from various social media accounts belonging to Mackenzie. So this right here where it says it could not be substantiated, that's what they use when they're not sure, which I think they forgot in some parts of this report. I have questions. Thank you, Stephanie, for becoming a member. Appreciate you. When AirPads deploy the safety feature brakes, I'm pretty sure it didn't in my car. High speed crash already hit a sign. No way any of them were thinking. So vehicular manslaughter. As a theory that Steve may have had an inappropriate relationship with Kenzie, I'm wondering if she used that as blackmail, says Calissa Katz. Safety feature per car expert testifying in court. How? How do you guys know that? Did I miss it in the footage? It was shown in court. Oh. I watched it today. Maybe I didn't watch all of it today. I was wondering why Dom or Davian didn't try to jump out before hitting the wall. I don't think they had enough time. Thank you, Susie, for being here. Thank you for all you do. You're amazing. Thank you, Susie. Okay, let's see. So, okay. I called Tyler Proctor, whose middle name is, Tyler. He did not answer, and I was unable to leave him a voicemail. I talked to Davion's father, but he did not answer. I tried his wife, and Scott answered. I introduced myself, providing him my contact information, and requested that contact me at convenience upon their return to Ohio. because they were out of town. I emailed Oliviera's supervisor requesting 911 audio recording from the crash. I called Tyler again. He answered, "We agreed that I will call him back on Monday, August 8th to schedule an interview." I called the Berea Fire Department and spoke with an unidentified lieutenant. I inquired about obtaining the report from the squad that responded to the crash. I was directed to call their chief on Monday. I called Rosie Graham. She did not answer. I left a voicemail requesting a call back. I obtained her name and number from Mackenzie's cell phone pursuant to the search warrant. David had pointed out a text message exchange between Rosie and Mackenzie on the night of July 30th, prior to Mackenzie's arrival at Paul's party. In the text exchange, Rosie had listed the name of people who were interested in purchasing controlled substances from Mackenzie. APA Tim Troop arrived at SPD where he, Detective Sergeant Kravatos, and I met, briefed Troop on the progress of the investigation, and provided him digital copies of reports, surveillance videos, and photos. I received a call from Roseanne. She identified herself as Rosie's mother. I explained to her the case I was investigating and asked to interview Rosie. Roseanne agreed to bring Rosie to SPD on Thursday, August 11th at noon. On Wednesday, August 10th, she left me a voicemail asking to reschedule. I emailed APA Tim Troop the 911 audio and shared with him the body camera footage from all officers involved with the crash, as well as my audio recording from the day before when I returned Mackenzie's cell phone. I called Carolyn to schedule an interview with her son, Paul, who hosted the party that Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion attended before the crash. She did not answer, and I was unable to leave her a voicemail because it was full. Carolyn left me a voicemail requesting I call her back. Patrol Galassi forwarded me 3 more emails from Deanna. Those emails included photo and video attachments from Mackenzie's social media accounts. The attachments were digitally attached to this report. Okay, August 6th. I called Carolyn back. She answered and stated her son, Paul, was 18 years of age. She further stated that on the night of the party, she and her husband were in New York. After explaining to her that Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion were at her house for approximately 6 hours prior to the crash, I informed her that I needed to interview her son. The car going from drive to neutral and then shifted back in the drive is when I think boys did try to jump out, hoping doors unlocked if the car was shifted in neutral. Do they have time to do all of that? The way Kenzie treated Dom is most likely learned behavior. It would explain her relationship with their dad. She's probably witnessed Natalie being toxic to Steve-O. I've said this many times. I said that's a learned behavior. Whatever she went through or not, her parents are somewhat responsible. No, it's not televised. I keep thinking about those brief texts where Kenzie, you're funny, no more yerks. Where Kenzie's talking to Dom about drifting. I can't but wonder if she thought she could scare them and drift around the corner. Thank you, Stephanie. The fact that Rosie and Paul were so avoidant is extremely sus. Both sides has issues, but who doesn't? That's true. It seems like Natalie has gotten away with no consequences for drug dealing and not testifying truthfully. Yeah, I agree with that part. Okay, so Natalie Shirilla reports mean people. I received a call from Natalie Shirilla. She wanted to report a couple of girls saying mean things. We've listened to this call. We listened to this call. I have it on my videos tab. Natalie identified Morgan as one of the girls. She allegedly sent Mackenzie a message pertaining to the crash. Although Natalie said her daughter was no longer on social media, she was unable to provide a phone number for Morgan. The second girl, whom she only identified as Jenna, reportedly blamed Mackenzie for killing Dominic on purpose. Natalie said Mackenzie had screenshot of the messages. I asked her to email them to me and that I would look into it. I further explained to Natalie that unless the speech was threatening in nature, I will not be able to control what people say about the events. Natalie never emailed me the screenshots. Natalie, girl, why didn't you email the receipts, Natalie? I have questions, Natalie. Get under my skin a little bit, respectfully, Natalie. I called Diane and scheduled an interview with her daughter, Kelly, for August 9th, 2022. Carolyn called me back and said she and her husband and Paul will come in to give an interview. August 7th, I received an email from Patrol Galassi letting me know Mackenzie attempted to leave the hospital. That's where that 911 call incident. If you're interested in that, I forget what live it is, but I have the video under with no commentary. The videos tab to that call. Metro Health Police were called to assist the medical staff. He further stated that Sergeant Doyle had called SWEDC to inquire whether he had a warrant for her arrest. I called Patrol Galassi and informed him that the case was not ready for charges. I sent a text message to Detective Mason and Sergeant, making them aware of Galassi's text. I called Metro Health PD and spoke with their OIOC Bates. I requested their body cam footage. Okay, we know that. Patrol Bates let me know that he spoke with Delmar about the report. I emailed Metro Health Records employee Kelly, to inquire about required paperwork to obtain the police report. I also let them know that on Thursday, August 4th, I served Metro Health with a search warrant for any and all records and reports pertaining to the treatment of Mackenzie. Detective Lieutenant Mason emailed me the EDR raw results from the Toyota. A hard copy was printed and enclosed in the case jacket and was added as search warrants. 3 subpoenas were issued by Berea Court. For Strongsville High School relating to Kenzie's attendance, grades, and discipline. Metro Health Police report. Metro Health Records employee Kelly emailed me. The patient assist report indicated that on August 6, 2022, 2 MHPD officers responded to room 715 where Mackenzie was being treated because she was being combative. The officers stood by, did not take any action. A printout was added to the case jacket under history. I served Strongsville Fire Chief Jack a subpoena for his agency's report. He immediately complied and printed out the necessary reports. Hard copies are in the case jacket. I asked Chief Draves to run a query on Mackenzie and the SFD reporting system to determine whether his agency ever treated her or transported her. Chief Draves checked as far as back as the new system allowed at 2017 and determined they had only responded once to her house in 2020. The call was psych related. Remember that call where Kenzie threatened to unalive herself? That is this call he's referring to. Remember the call where Kenzie threatened to unalive herself, but according to the Russos, or to the Shirillas, they didn't take her seriously. Remember this? I have concerns about that. Thanks for being here, Tasmom. Where in the world is Natalie? Yeah, interesting. SFD requested assistance. So these psych-related issues, they could be like a temporary or, abrupt psych issues, but I don't believe that. I think that Kenzie's psych issues are far earlier than what we have reported in those reports. SFD requested assistance from SPD. Mackenzie was reportedly threatening unaliving herself. She was not transported for an evaluation. During the call, SFD requested SPD officers to respond. No reason was given. The following disposition was entered by the dispatcher in the CAD call. Female will not be transported to the hospital. Parents do not think her threats are real. Oh, there it is. They do not believe she will hurt herself. I don't know. This is so there was definitely something going on. Most people who threaten to unalive themselves never do. It's people who never talk about it who do it. Summary of the Strongsville Fire Report. Strongsville Fire Department report contained information pertaining to the type of date and call. Okay, wait. Pre-hospital care report summary, Davion. Narrative history text indicating the following. Drugs and alcohol were observed in the car. Wait, alcohol? That wasn't included. But they did? They found the alcohol? That's where it was? Where was that in the body cam? I thought alcohol wasn't involved. There was alcohol in the car, according to this, right? This is what it says. Drugs and alcohol were observed in the car. Davion appeared to be unrestrained and was found on the lap of the front seat passenger. So there was alcohol. See what I'm saying? It's like the alcohol and the ammo. Like, oh, just disregard it for whatever the fuck reason. I have questions about that. Why? And we don't have the boy's full toxicology report. Davion appeared to be unrestrained and was found on the lap in front of the front seat passenger. So Davion was found on Dom's lap. We have covered that before in the sketch. Natalie thinks she knows Kenzie. Wow, so much not told. I thought I saw the bottle in the trunk. There was a glass water jug in the trunk because Kenzie was like, no GMOs, in the plastic or whatever. I don't know. That's what she would say. Davion did not appear to be breathing and his body was completely flaccid. Once in the back of the ambulance, medics determined he did not have a pulse. Time of death was 6:54. I can't help but wonder if they would have been there sooner, if Davion would have had a chance. You know what I mean? Because they called a life flight for him, a life helicopter, and then they canceled it. So sad. R.I.P. Davion. And Dom. The ammo and alcohol aren't disregarded. They're right in the report. When the three were at the graduation party of Kenzie's friends, before they went to Paul's friends, they said they saw a bottle of Patron. Yeah, even the girl, Kelly, said that they had a bottle. So pre-hospital care report, Dominic. Narrative history text indicated the following. Russo was in the front passenger seat. He was cold to the touch. Pupils fixed and dilated. Early lividity in feet. What? Multiple severe unnatural angulations to the body, including the neck, back, and legs. Russo was determined to be DOA. SFD focused their efforts on savable victims. So that means that basically there was pulling of the blood in the lowest extremities due to the gravity. And like blood circulation, I think. Don't come for me if I'm wrong. I served the Strongsville High School principal a subpoena, for Kenzie's records. I received a phone call from prosecutor and assistant law director Danielle, indicating that she would have to redact the protected health information. I called Metro Health Records to inquire about the life flight report and the toxicology report. I spoke with Debbie, who said that the life flight report will be included among documents requested in the search warrant. Debbie further stated that no drug testing was conducted on Mackenzie's blood because a physician canceled the order. So we know they took the vials in the hospital. on 7/31, 8/3, and 8/4, but the ones from the life flight were canceled. Interesting. They canceled the life flight blood, but they did it at the hospital. I don't know that that would have made a difference because it was all on the same day. I called the APA troop to inform him that according to the Metro Health Medical Records Office, the ER did not test the blood for rugs. A blood sample from several days later, however, remained at the hospital. Right, right. We know that. She got one vial on 7/31 at the hospital, 8/3 and 8/4. And apparently, possibly after that too. I received an email, or maybe not, maybe that was just with the results. I received an email from prosecutor Swisher with the redacted version of BFD's run. BFD's, oh, Berea. A hard copy was enclosed. Okay. I received an email from Debbie. She attached 473-page PDF containing Mackenzie's medical report dating July 31st, 2022 until August 4th. 473 medical report. Oh, I want to see that. The PDF was digitally attached to the report under Shirla's medical report. Okay, summary of the medical report. Mackenzie's medical report through August 4th, 2022 was comprised of 473 pages. They were emailed to me from Metro Health's Medical Records Department pursuant to a search warrant that I served in person to Debbie on August 4th. Missing from the report was the toxicology results. Although the report contained medical terminology, the following stood out to me. Dr. Bosworth noted the following: no acute intracranial abnormality, multiple hepatic lacerations with the largest the right lobe, no evidence of active hemorrhage, possible small grade 1 left renal laceration, tiny right pneumothorax, fractures posterior aspect right 8th through 10th ribs, comminuted fracture distal right humerus, small volume hemoperitoneum, small volume left perineal fluid, probably small hematoma. Page 11, diagnosis: left occipital condyle avulsion fracture of the anterior C1, which is the spine, bilateral ICA dissections, repeat CTA, left vertebral artery dissection, fracture / dislocation of right distal humerus, fracture / dislocation of right distal femur, traumatic arthrotomy of left knee, multiple hepatic lacerations, largest is grade 3, no extrav, grade 1 renal laceration, tiny right PTX, fractures of ribs 8 to 10, small volume whatever that word is, hemoperitoneum, small hematoma. Page 15. Past medical history. POTS. Page 15 of medical history lists POTS per her mother and school records. The school has records that Kenzie had POTS? Oh. 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 So then it's somewhat true? Question mark, question mark. I thought the POTS thing all came from Natalie's ass and Kenzie's. Apparently the school was aware. So it wasn't made up. Past medical history. I guess I would want to see like who diagnosed her. Social history denies tobacco, ETOH, and drug use. Page 17, ethanol, none detected. 43, nutrition problems, high likelihood of malnutrition. We know she had an eating disorder. No, this isn't like, oh, they got this medical history after the crash. This was like before. They got this from the school. So I guess Natalie could have told the school, like, oh, she has POTS. But now if they have medical documentation, I'd want to see that. I don't know. Page 94. A registered nurse noted the following on August 6th. During the afternoon, patient had been expressing needs to attend her boyfriend's funeral on Sunday, demanding she would be leaving AMA if she had to. AMA is against medical advice. Attempts by nursing trauma residents, her parents, and MH police were made to help the patient understand why she should not leave, while understanding that she is an adult and has capacity to make the decision to leave. Dr. Lenkove and this nurse discuss what had happened and plans if the situation continued to escalate. This nurse talked with the patient about grief and the emotions she is facing. We talked about how desirable and honorable it would be to be at the funeral, but how family and friends would understand that it is not possible for her to attend in person. We talked about how she could use FaceTime on her iPad to be part of the funeral and have family with her while being at the hospital. The patient was able to control her emotions at this point and will accept the plan of FaceTime link to the funeral and not leaving AMA. She was not showing any desire for self-harm. I mean, I had both, but I was on. Oh, okay. Interesting. History of present injury documented on 7/31/2022. Per police, there were 2 DOA, multiple rugs found in the vehicle, including the shroomies. Toxicology screen, redacted. Order by Paula on 7/31. Discontinued on 8/1. Trauma patient labs. The box for urine toxicology unconfirmed was checked. Urine toxicology unconfirmed? So they didn't take a urine test? Is that what that means? I'm looking it up. But it hasn't been definitively verified. In the addendum section completed on July 31st, Dr. Jenkins noted the following. Patient without recall of circumstances or timing of collision. Patient awake, alert, appropriate, clearly articulated verbal response. I emailed APA Troop, Mackenzie's medical records. Steve Shirilla called wanting to get Mackenzie's driver license from the Russo residence. He was advised to come to the police station and request an escort. Detective Mason handed me a yellow thumb drive containing the data extracted from Mackenzie's cell phone pursuant to the search warrant. Surveillance camera time sync. I received an email from Detective Vanek, I don't know if I'm saying that right, sorry, stating on Monday, August 8th, he contacted Test Oil Inc. and spoke with Brock, who confirmed that their camera system was 4 minutes and 20 seconds ahead, of the city camera time. The memo was emailed to APA Troop. I received a call from Ted, who works with attorney Brad. Kofel was retained to represent Mackenzie. Smith also inquired about the possibility of retrieving Mackenzie's ID from the Russo residence. I conveyed to him the same information I did to Steve about requesting an escort. What's the big deal about her ID? She couldn't even drive. What did they want it for? Like, you can request a new one online through DMV. What's the big deal? Why was she so concerned? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Why was she so concerned for her license? Let us know how that goes. Just because she seems alert doesn't mean she really was. My mom had a stroke at the wheel and crashed. She looked fine. The cops and they took her home rather than the hospital, and she's 79. That's also true. Thanks for sharing. Sorry about that. If she was diagnosed with POTS, she shouldn't be driving. I don't know. I've heard different people say that they can drive with like a restricted license. Some that I know say they don't drive at all. I am not a POTS expert, but I'll gladly ask my physician about that. I think she's highly qualified. Her attorney, I'm just curious what she would say, I guess. Sometimes when you drive, you can wedge your foot on gas pedal. You won't move it in a wedged position. I have had my flip-flops. I used to wear, those gladiator sandals. I don't know, was that like 2000s? Don't come for me. And one of them got stuck one time, but I wasn't going 100, so it was like barely nothing. I think I just hit like the gas station pole. Don't come for me, okay? Don't come for me. Natalie testified to it. Let's continue. Cheryl emailed me a direct line for Metro Health employee who handles search warrants and subpoenas. Her name is Lindsay. I called Lindsay and I will never forget this. I was a gladiator sandal type of girly, if you know what I mean. I wore those shits all the time. I don't believe she would have been given a DL. She didn't report it before. She didn't report it after. So yeah, I call bullshit on the POTS unless I see like the actual real legitimate paperwork, not just Natalie Shirilla statement. Okay. Metro Health ER blood discarded. Okay, here it is. This will answer our questions. I called Metro Health's pathology department. I ultimately was transferred to Core Lab. I spoke with Laura, who told me that the only blood samples they have from Mackenzie is from August 3rd of 2022. The only blood samples they have from Mackenzie is from August 3rd. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Let me pull up. Where's that toxicology report we were looking at earlier? So, one vial taken on 8/3, okay, at 3:09 a.m. So they have one vial from 7/31, 2022, 8:13 a.m. And then they have one from 8/3, 2022. So, and then they had one 8/4. I'm looking at the previous report. Okay, I can share this again. Sorry, I just wanted to look up what the other report had. The actual toxicology laboratory final report from the Cuyahoga County Regional Forensic Science Laboratory dated October 6, 2022. So let's go back. I'm on a different page. So they got rid of the one from July 31st. Didn't have that one. Laura explained that Mackenzie's blood from July 31st was disposed per their policy. It is worth to note that the search warrant for the blood was searched on Metro Health on August 4th. The audio recording of this was preserved. So they had the one from August 3rd, which is 3 days after the crash. So does that mean that there could have been something else in her system and we don't know? Hmm. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? Hmm. Thanks, Mix McDormand. I stopped driving in 2010 because my POTS, younger ones in my POTS group don't. They scared and they won't. Yeah. So she could have been on something else. Pretty much. Because I think shrooms is what did we say it was? 24 to 48 hours? Shrooms is up. Wait. The active compound is metabolized and excreted in under 24 hours. Depends on the type of test, but if it's blood, has a very short window, typically undetectable within 15 hours. Let's see. LSD. It stays in your bloodstream about 8 to 16. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be there. An acid. I don't know why I looked up. Yeah, same. They have like bloodstream. Acid 6 to 15 hours, while the drug itself is generally completely metabolized and cleared from your bloodstream within 24 hours. However, the rug and its byproducts remain detectable in screenings for longer periods, depending on which kind of test. I called Tyler Proctor to schedule an interview. Interesting. She still killed those boys, right? I get it. But let's okay, let's think. If she was truly on something, wouldn't she have been better off admitting to that and saying, "Hey, I was on shrooms. It was a DUI or DWI kind of thing." You know what I mean? Why wouldn't she go that route if she was on something? Because she would, not that I'm saying she would get like she could have probably got a lesser charge. Like, why would she not use that? You know what I mean? Because I bet she would have been better off saying, "Yeah, I was high AF or drunk AF." Um, obtained blood vials from August 3rd and 4th. Oh, here we go. Picked up 2 vials of Mackenzie's blood from Core Lab. The vials were taken August 3rd at approximately 03:10 hours, and the second one was taken on August 4th. The evidence was brought back to the Strongsville Police Department, where Detective Vanek entered them into property. I emailed the Core Lab supervisor requesting documentation about disposing of the blood samples taken from Mackenzie immediately arriving at Metro. I was seeking an explanation as to why the blood was disposed of one day after I served the search warrant. Oh. Yeah, I don't know the laws like in Ohio. Hoodie says it was unexplained in Ohio would actually be worse. Oh. Yeah, see, I don't know like the actual laws. That's what I've been trying to say this whole time, says no more. Thank you, badass, for being here. Lolita says she could even said she had a spasm in her foot and couldn't move it. She could have said anything better than I don't fair. Chuck says, I still believe it was if I can have you, nobody can have you. Yeah, I still think that's true. She would have been better off saying she was on something than saying I don't remember. Mm. Happened to someone I was locked up with. I know someone that was locked up too. Happened to someone I was locked up with. They were addicted to heroin and crashed and killed an elderly couple. He got 7 years in prison. Yeah, I know a couple of people that have. It would be aggravated M with substances, I believe. Yeah. Oh, see, I probably would listen to you guys more than I because I don't know the exact lab, but that could be something we could explore. Um, that confuses me why they would dispose of that though. Like one day after. Jamie Flanagan called to let me know that she and her husband are back in town and they have made arrangements with funeral home regarding Davion's remains. We agreed to speak the next day. I received an email from the lab manager. A printout of the email was enclosed. Okay, it doesn't tell us so. Why it was thrown out. I emailed APA Troop to let him know I was able to obtain 2 vials of Mackenzie's blood and that MH Core Lab disposed of the sample collected on 7/31, one day after I served the search warrant. I emailed the supervisor inquiring whether they conducted a panel on Mackenzie's blood from 7/31. I emailed David requesting audio of my call with LabCorp employee Laura, who admitted over the phone to disposing of the blood from July 31st. The audio recording was ultimately added to the folder. The blood evidence was dropped off at the CCME's toxicology lab. Jason took custody of the box and provided me with the testing request form. Detective Glover and I completed the SW return. Judge John Russo signed the 3 warrants. Okay, more warrants. But why ask the mother, can't we say I have a seizure if this is genuinely an accident? Do we know that that's what she said? For sure, for sure. Interview with Kelly. 18-year-old Kelly voluntarily came to SPD accompanied by her mother. On August 1st, 2022, Kelly first came to SPD. The interview was a follow-up to the written statement she provided. On July 30th, Kelly was hosting what she described as a low-key graduation party at her house. Davion called and asked her if he, Mackenzie, and Dominic could attend. Kelly said okay and estimated that sometime between 10 and 10:15, all 3 arrived. Kelly recalled Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion sitting close to each other where she was playing a game with some friends. Mackenzie reportedly approached her and asked, "Do you trip?" Kelly elaborated by saying she understood trip to mean do acid and got the feeling that Mackenzie wanted to trip at Kelly's house without actually saying it. After Kelly said no, she overheard Mackenzie and Dominic debating whether they were going to trip when they got to Mark's house. Can someone tell me who Mark is out of the friends? Like, I must have missed this. Who the hell is Mark? Mark and Nina, can you please step forward for some questions we have? Mark, Nina. And why didn't we hear anything about Mark in the text between Rosie and Kenzie or Rosie and Dawn? Because we have gone over those. Who the hell is Mark? Kelly was unsure who Mark was. Okay. Nina and Mark, front and center, please. Says, are you Barbie? Yeah, please, front and center. She provided his address. She had the address on her phone because she attended a party there in July. Okay, Mark. So Mark be having them parties. Okay. Approximately 20 to 30 minutes after their arrival, Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion left. They had a bottle of Patron. So this is the alcohol that they observed in the car, but we don't see in the body cam. Someone had to have taken those shrooms, and someone had to have had some alcohol, or no. Somebody is protecting them, says Alicia. Which was seen by Kelly's friend Alyssa and a pen containing Mary Jane. Kelly stated that she and Mackenzie, who was driving, said, Kelly stated that she asked Mackenzie who was driving, and she said, probably me. Kelly was. I guess I'm questioning the whole bottle of Patron because I know Dom and Davion like to drink. Does it change anything? No, I'm just curious who was under the substances or who wasn't, you know? Does it make a difference? Probably not. Since they weren't the ones driving and they're the ones not here, right? Kelly had known Mackenzie for the past year and Davion since summer. She knew Dominic and Mackenzie's boyfriend. She knew Dominic as Mackenzie's boyfriend. She believed they left her house because they were looking to party and her party was too low key. Well, if her party was too low key, Rosie's up there saying that they were just watching sharks and coloring. That would have been too low key as well. So I don't think Kenzie left this party because it was too low key to go to an even more low key party at Paul's. Yeah, Jazz, I see you. Kelly doesn't know if Mackenzie buys or sells, you know what. She knew that Dominic used to. When asked about her knowledge of Mackenzie and Dominic's relationship, she said they were cool with each other when she was around. She confirmed hearing from other friends that they argued and things got really bad. We know that. We know that. How would they be on? No, it's not Mark. It's not that Mark. Not the Mark from law enforcement. No parents at Paul's, though. Kelly's parents were home. That's true. That's true. Good catch up, Alita. No parents around. I asked Kelly if she knew where Mackenzie said, and where Mackenzie stayed, and she said at Dom's. She admitted being there sometime around March or April, where she smoked, you know what, with Dominic and Mackenzie. When I asked her if she had ever been in the car with Mackenzie as the driver, she said no. Kelly mentioned that her friend Tess had told her that Mackenzie sucked at driving. Kelly believed Tess was someone who knew Mackenzie very well. Before ending the interview, Kelly mentioned that she had heard rumors that prior to the crash, Dominic texted at least one friend and family, "I love you." I've talked about this. I have questions about this. Because allegedly Dom texted that around 2 to 3 a.m., but the crash didn't happen till after 5 a.m. Something was going on in that house. And was Dom just doing it because it was something they were used to, or was it like a premonition? Or did Kenzie make a threat? Hmm. Because I text my friend and families that too, but not at 3 a.m. unless I'm like drunk and partying, I guess. Mm. The 32-minute interview was auto-recorded on my body camera. I called Tess. She agreed for a phone interview. Later, the interview was rescheduled. I called Austin. He came to the police station on August 1st. Who the hell is Austin? Austin reportedly had information about the crash. Patrol Schubert indicated in the CAD call that the information Austin provided him related to matters I already knew about. I called Austin to hear it directly from him. Austin came Austin called me afterward and confirmed that he had Davion's Life 360 screenshot from the morning of the crash. It was determined that the information Austin wanted to provide was the same one provided by Tyler. If Dom was on a phone call, iPad, and was coherent, he's unlikely. I don't think they were. I don't think um Dom and Davion were on shrooms. Guess Austin's just like a friend, acquaintance. Interview with the Flanagans. The Flanagans began the interview by telling me about Davion. They described him as a loyal, faithful, kind young man with a big heart and a loving soul. Davion was passionate about football, but in his third game of his senior year, he suffered an injury that impacted him on and off the field. The injury marked what the parents described as a rebellious phase in Davion's life and the onset of his downward spiral. Davion was adopted along with his sisters by the Flanagans when he was around 8 years old after having spent over 2 years in foster care. Davion wanted to be a barber and had plans to attend school in Cleveland. He was reportedly the Strongsville High School football team's unofficial barber. Davion graduated from Strongsville High School in 2022 and has started a full-time job with a moving company in Brunswick, Ohio. He was saving money for barber school. This, in part, was one of the reasons he did not go on vacation to North Carolina with his family during the week when he passed away. The other reason he did not go on vacation had to do with Davion wanting to spend time with some of his friends before they moved away for college. His parents described some factors that contributed to his downward spiral. They cited trust issues due to his childhood abandonment and some marital issues involving the Flanagans and depression. They believe Davion medicated with MJ, which drew him closer to Dominic, who was known to have access to it. The Flanagans were aware that Davion was staying with Dominic while they were in North Carolina. According to them, the adult presence gave them a level of comfort in knowing supervision would be present. The interview served the purpose of shedding a light on Davion's life. August 11th, I called Dr. Apollino at the lab tech. Jason wanted me, at the request of lab tech Jason wanted me to explain to Dr. Apollonio, the circumstance about Mackenzie's blood being several days old. I spoke with Core Lab supervisor John, inquiring about the blood sample that was withdrawn on the life flight en route to Metro. John told me the blood, if still available, will likely be at the blood bank. He provided me with the name and number of the supervisor. John also informed me that the Metro Health Medical Records Department did not inform Core Lab about the existence of the search warrant for Mackenzie's blood from July 31st. Listen, it sounds like they really wanted that blood sample from July 31st, which I understand they lost it. They had a search warrant, whatever. I don't know how that happens. I guess clearly it does. Probably does happen more than we think. But it kind of leads me to think like, okay, maybe they did think she was on something then. No? I don't know. Just a thought. I left a voicemail for the blood bank supervisor requesting a callback. Paul arrived at SPD accompanied by his mother and his father. Paul, that's the house they were out that night. He interviewed because the preliminary investigation indicated that he had hosted the party, which was attended by Mackenzie, Dominic, and Davion. According to screenshots of Davion's Life 360 account and provided by Tyler Croy, all three individuals had left Paul's residence less than 10 minutes before the crash. 10 minutes. On the night of July 30th, while Paul's parents were in New York, he had 6 of his friends over. Oh, here we go. Rosie, Nina. So Nina, there you are, girl. Arrived at his house close to midnight, and Bubba. Close to midnight, Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion arrived. Wait. Kelly says that they arrived at 10 to 10:15 at her house, and they stayed for about 25 to 30 minutes. So let's say 11-ish. I'm just wondering if they went anywhere or did something else. Because they're saying Paul's saying that they didn't arrive until midnight, closer to midnight. Did they go back to Dom's? Did they do something in the car? Maybe Paul doesn't remember correctly. Close to midnight, Mackenzie, Dom, and Davion arrived after having been at a different party. Paul explained that around 0100 hours, he went upstairs to sleep. According to him, Mackenzie encouraged him to do so because he was planning on going to because she was planning on going to sleep as well. As Paul went to sleep, his friends remained downstairs and were watching cartoon South Park. Sometime between 0200 and 0300 hours, Paul woke up briefly to use the restroom. He saw Mackenzie sleeping on the couch, and the rest of the friends were still watching cartoons. Paul went back to sleep and estimated waking up approximately 1000 hours. What is it? What time is that? Is that 10 a.m.? No. Oh yeah, 10 a.m. What? Hold on. So everybody was at Paul's. They all left. Paul didn't even hear about the crash until 10 a.m. Paul became friends with Mackenzie his senior year because of homecoming court. According to him, she helped him become more confident. Paul further explained that he was never really friends with Dominic, but since he was Mackenzie's boyfriend, he was welcome. So his connection is more with Mackenzie. Regarding Davion, he knew him because he lived with Mackenzie and Dominic. He added that everyone loves Davion. Bubba said that Dom and Em went to Dom's to get snacks because they were so picky about what they ate. From what I gathered at Paul's house, was told by Natalie to keep their mouths shut. We heard that a lot. Yes, 10 a.m. Thank you, abuelita. Whose house were they at the night before they left to crash? Yeah. Who's Mark? Did they go back to Dom's because they forgot their snacks? Dom stopped at home. Wouldn't that be in the report though? Like the cell phone report? Or his GPS or whatever, or like one of them? Because I feel like that would be important, because what if a fight started when they went back for the snacks? No, Paul and Bubba are two completely different persons. Bubba is Rosie's boyfriend. Paul is the house that they were at that night. Could that maybe have been where the fight actually started rather than at Paul's, which is why Bubba and Rosie maybe didn't know? Question mark, question mark? I don't know. Interesting. In describing the night of July 30th, Paul didn't think his friends were in the mood to throw a banger. He said Kenzie was tired because it was late. There was no fighting. This contradicts Kelly's, because Kelly was saying that they were kind of looking to party. There was no fighting among the friends based on his observations. When asked about the rug use, he said they smoked MJ. When asked about the other stuff, he said we discussed that but didn't do it. Which is like what Rosie said too. Upon inquiring but someone had something, because there was some missing according to the police in the baggie. Or maybe they gave somebody some mushrooms. Upon inquiring whether Mackenzie or Dominic had them on them that night, Paul and Dominic, what? Upon inquiring whether Mackenzie or Dominic had rugs on them that night, Paul said Dominic did, but wasn't sure what type. When asked how he knew, he said, I just know that's who Dom is. I know he would keep that with him. When I asked if he saw or smelled any, he said no and added, I don't want them to stink up my house. Interesting, because Bubba said that they were, quote unquote, smacking the bong. They could have probably gone outside, but they tested the blood for the lifeline, the blood bank, give the rest of the samples, please. After reading some text message exchange that mentioned his name, I asked about an exchange between Rosie and Mackenzie where Rosie ordered less than a gram of substance for Paul. When asked what Rosie was referring to, he said they discussed whether they were going to do okay, but decided not to. I asked him if he knew whether his friends did any drugs after he went to sleep. He said he did not know. When Paul woke up in the morning, he did not see anything that was left behind or in the trash. I asked Paul about Mackenzie and Dominic's relationship. He said that Dominic cheated on Mackenzie on several occasions. And he controlled who she was friends with. What? Why is Paul making it seem like Dom was like super controlling and shit? I mean, I don't really get that from Dom. Like the only people he didn't want Kenzie hanging out with was the girls that she was doing the feet stuff with. I think that's a lie too. Unless maybe there's something we don't know, which is possible. Didn't see that in any of the 1,000 texts. No, all I could remember was the girls that Kenzie was like pea studing herself. You know what I mean by pea studing? He only had Mackenzie's side of the story. Yeah. I don't believe that, but okay, I guess I'll accept it because it's here. However, in describing their behavior that night, he did not see anything. Paul never heard either Dominic or Mackenzie talk about taking their own lives. He did mention, however, that Dominic told Mackenzie once that he would not make it past 21 years of age. Paul opined Dominic's statement had more to do with his lifestyle. Next, I inquired whether Paul had ever been a passenger in Mackenzie's car while she drove. He said, I refused a ride from Mackenzie. When asked why, he said because she was a bad driver. He further explained that she got into fights while driving. He listed an incident between Mackenzie and her neighbor who confronted her about running a stop sign. Paul said he used to see Mackenzie zipping through Pearl Road after school. Paul said he refused rides from Mackenzie because he was not stupid and did not want to put himself in a situation he wouldn't want to be in. Paul mentioned Rosie, who was one of Mackenzie's passengers, told him, don't go in the car with Kenzie. It's not good. Okay, Rosie girl. Detective Glover then asked Paul whether he saw stories, snaps, or TikTok videos of Mackenzie or Dom using substances. He said yes. While he confirmed seeing them smoking, he denied seeing Mackenzie using Coca-Cola. He only heard that she had done so. Oh, I didn't even think of that. That could have been the rug of choice that night. The rich man's rug. We didn't think of that. I then inquired whether any of his friends consumed alcoholic beverages while at his house. He said no, but when asked if he saw Dominic and Mackenzie smoke that night, he said, Mackenzie did not, at least while I was awake, but Dominic did. Towards the end of the interview, Paul mentioned that Mackenzie suffered from POTS. He added that Mackenzie's mother was talking about it at the hospital when he visited her after the crash. Okay. So now I get it. Paul's getting this stuff from Natalie. He described Mackenzie being devastated about the loss of Dominic and that she didn't stop talking about it. Paul also mentioned that Mackenzie's mother had told him and those who were visiting at the hospital not to talk to the police. I called up Christine Russo to schedule an interview. She informed me APA trooper called her the previous day. Russo mentioned rumors about toxicology screening being released. I confirmed to her that it was not. Russo opined that the crash was not drug-induced. Why was Miss Russo so heavy on the toxicology being released and it's sealed now per the family's request? I just have questions. I would like to see that. Does it matter? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Respectfully. And how did she know it was not rug induced? Maybe she knew. Sign a court order for the non-redacted version of Brea's run report. The original copy is enclosed. I served the court order to the City of Brea prosecutor, Danielle. She immediately provided me the non-redacted run report. She also gave me permission to coordinate with the Brea fire chief to interview the medics who treated Mackenzie, particularly the one who found the bag. Summary of the Brea fire report from July 31st. Billing review. Mackenzie Shirilla. SFD called BFD for mutual aid. Engine block of the vehicle was cold to the touch. BFD received the driver, Mackenzie Shirilla, as a patient. SFD told BFD that the speedometer was stuck at 78 miles per hour. Mackenzie was responsive to pain and answered questions. Mackenzie did not recall the events of the crash. BFD did not document the mushrooms and scale found on Mackenzie. Upon further inquiry, I obtained a statement from Captain Stanislaw at BFD, who found the suspected controlled substances. I called Metro Health Blood Bank Supervisor Monica. She confirmed having 2 remaining vials of Mackenzie's blood. The vials were collected during the flight from the crash on July 31st. I met with APA Tim Troop on the 23rd floor of the Justice Center. He escorted me to Judge Stephen Gall's chambers. Judge Gall signed the warrant for the blood vials. Search warrant service. I arrived at Metro Health Blood Bank and served the warrant to lab technician Taylor. She immediately provided me 1 vial of blood listing Mackenzie's name and the date and time of the blood draw. In the presence of Taylor and Monica, I placed the vial in the DNA evidence box, sealed and initialed it, and returned it to SPD's property room, where I placed it in the evidence refrigerator. I emailed APA Troop the 2 screenshots of the Toyota immediately before the crash. Both were captured by Eurofin surveillance at 5:39. The pictures showed that brake lights illuminating mere fractions of a second prior to the crash. There we have it again. The brake lights illuminating. How many times have we heard that now? Like 17. Being sarcastic, it's been like 3, but still. Interesting. Interesting. It's the car safety. I know you guys keep saying that. Paul probably got told how to describe Em and Dom fighting, as Dom was the one controlling. Have you heard the phone calls where Natalie was saying, "Oh, I'm so dizzy. Oh, almost passed out"? Natalie can be charged with interference and hindering an investigation. Yeah. Oh, that sounds good. Fireman said it's above my pay grade. I agree with you. Shemaya wanted to know about the toxicology report, so she knew if it was an accident or not. I mean, her son was killed. Fair. What they said, it was warm in the documentary. They did. At the body cam, too. In the body cam, they said it was warm. I thought we seen the toxicology reports on both of them. I'm certain I have. We might have. I know I have some here, too. I have a lot of documents we didn't get through tonight. So, okay, we're going to finish this report. I had a members only scheduled for today, but I'll have to clearly move it to tomorrow. So we're going to do members only. We have new reports on Kenzie and new body cam. Paul only knows what Mackenzie tells them. Damn, Paul be throwing Kenzie under the bus with this driving shit. Not that warm. Apparently not. I want to review. I want to review the body cam again. It's explained the car safety hit this. She did not. Okay. If you call that a peak. You guys are funny. Damn. A lot of chats. Yeah, Paul was the one who was having the little get together. I don't know. What, the engine was still warm? Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Well, we will do it, Green Eyed. The members only is really where you want to be at. I didn't get to it today, so I apologize. For sure tomorrow, because that goes more into like the judicial side of what I dug up. It's just like it's not really new information. It's just like body cams and like calls and texts and stuff. And Kenzie's like prior reports that are coming out. We've been through 4 years of the text messages and never once did she have a medical episode. That is absolutely true, Glenda. When did we see her in the text say, "Oh, I have POTS. My POTS." Yes, Peaches. That's going to be on the members only. The psychic stuff we'll do on the members only. This isn't new, no. But there's like Kenzie's. There's a couple new things that are just released that we'll go over tomorrow. But we're 5 hours in, so I must end the live. I have 2 members only lives coming up, so we'll for sure get those done this weekend. I want to get all of these reports done. I want to review 3 different interviews. I think there's something you guys haven't seen. I think there's a few things you guys haven't seen. And I think I got the receipts for y'all. Don't be mad at me, okay? Don't be mad at me. I'm not an op. I swear. I swear. You have my word. Time flies over here. Oh yeah, we've been like, it's already been 5 hours, babies. You guys might as well just come on over and spend the night. We can have a little party. Don't bring weed, please. Don't bring alcohol. Paul is Rosie's parrot. Oh, I love it. Yeah, no seizures, no POTS, tummy upset, and bad dental. Oh my gosh. You know what? The bad dental stuff with Kenzie, I think it correlates with her bulimia. You know, people sometimes with bulimia or anorexia have like dental issues. Not everyone. Come with an open mind. Listen, come with an open mind to the members only. I don't need people getting mad at me. Okay? I know a few probably unsubbed tonight because they think I'm an op. Respectfully, you better subscribe back. Never. I'm bringing my pen. Listen, I'm not going to sleep if y'all come over for a party, okay? I'm going to be watching all of you. All of you. It causes the enamel on the teeth to weaken. Please make sure you guys tap that like button. We will finish this report tomorrow. I'm going to schedule 2 lives. I will schedule the members only. It's already like scheduled. I'll make it public right now so you guys can plan for tomorrow. And then I'll schedule the rest of the lives later. I do want to do an update on a couple different cases too. So I need to get back to that. I'm so deep into this. I might get slapped with a lawsuit. Like, shut the fuck up. We'll see. Yeah. You're cute. I'm cute. We're cute. Yes, Yerks. I did see that. I need to look into it. So I will tonight about 3 boys and the girl who got killed at the party. Okay. Yeah, I'll look at it. Did you guys know that you can now message on YouTube? Is that like a thing? Or is it just like I got a message from Green. Did you guys know that? That's crazy. Yeah, you can DM on YouTube now. Yeah. DM me all your secrets and things you want me to cover. My friends just did it. Yeah. I didn't know. What? Yeah. Yeah. I got a message, a DM from Green, my mom. So that's pretty cool. I noticed it last night. Are you aware of the 12-hour fundraiser? No, I didn't. I haven't gone back to Laura Owens because I've been so deep into Kenzie case, and we still will be deep into Kenzie. But I plan to go back to Laura, maybe even possibly tomorrow. That's another one of my favorite cases, or whatever you call that. Psycho girls. You killed it, Melly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please make sure you guys hit the like button. Shout out to all the new subbies and all the new members. You have a members only. I promise it'll be worth it tomorrow. Don't cancel me. Just accept it is what it is with the information I have. You got to request it and then it pulls up like a DM. Oh, all right. Slide in the DMs, guys. Slide in the DMs. Thank you, Melly. That was very informative. Oh no. Thank you, Calista Katz, for being here. Yes, we are about not even halfway through the report, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Shout out to you guys all for being here. Long live. I will see you guys tomorrow on the next live. Thank you to everyone who supported. When is the members only? It'll be tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow and it'll be earlier than I started this live today for sure. I know you can because my ex is blocked everywhere. So he texts me on YouTube. Ugh. Not tonight. No, the members only tonight. Tomorrow. Green Knight says, oh no, it thundered. I'm going to get a membership. Do it. Do it. I mean, you could still watch the members only when it's live. You just can't chat. But yeah, definitely do it if you aren't going to be able to be there. I'll schedule it. I'll make it public tonight. Let me figure out the schedule for tomorrow's live streams. You're amazing, Millie. Thank you. No, you guys are amazing. Please tap the like button on the way out. Shout out to all of you guys for being here for 5 hours. Love and appreciate every single one of you. And I will see you tomorrow for another long live with lots of good stuff. Don't miss it. Catch you on the next one. Bye.